We welcome all our participants to the seminar. On behalf of Ms. Stacy Corrales, she's the director. She presides the Inter-American Center of Studies. We welcome all of you. I am Fernando Quintana. I'm coordinating the programs and the projects of this institute now. During this opportunity, we have the pleasure to introduce the second module of the seminar, which is about the skills, the directive management skills of our staff in Social Security institutes. During the second module or second part of our seminar of top management in Social Security institutes, I'll tell you that we have for this module the presence of Mr. Gavino Garcia Tapia, who we welcome. And we thank him for participating and cooperating with his team. He has a team of speakers and he'll be introducing them at due time. Mr. Gavino has a degree in administration, health systems. He's a doctor in science thanks to National Autonomous University in Mexico. He's also been in research and has a PhD. He's worked in the Inter-American Institute in Salamanca in Spain. He's focused on social security in entrepreneurial areas for health. Now, during his activity as a professional in research, he has been awarded and acknowledged for having been part of the research staff of CONACYT. He's also part of the postgrad studies of quality at CONACYT. He's also been the advisor of the Social Security Service Director of this. In this position was his. He's also been working with UNAM, coordinating research projects in postgrad studies. He's coordinated the Center of Entrepreneurial Excellence under director of the MBA studies in healthcare systems. He's the president of the organizing committee of the International Conference in the area of social sciences. Currently, he's working as a professor. He holds this position and he's a tutor also for many in the postgraduate studies in different seminars and different credits. Right now, he's also a counselor of postgrad studies. He's been in many areas of research, over 100 projects. His scientific productivity has been active in many national and international fields. He's researched in many disciplines and participated in symposiums, forums, and diverse conferences. We'd like to point out that he's been part of the development of many disciplines in UNAM. He's also researching social security, specifically in the entrepreneurial field. He's worked in HR systems and under the or management areas. As you see, Mr. Gavino has a lot of experience. He has been working in many areas or sectors along the same work line. So we're going to begin with our second session. Meanwhile, I'd just like to tell the participants that those of you who are part of the seminar, I'd like to tell you that you're gonna have an opportunity to ask your questions through the chat in the platform, and at the proper time, we're gonna give you the proper response as well. So, Mr. Gavino Garcia, we welcome you. We begin.
Doctor, muchas gracias por la bienvenida.
Sir, thank you very much for
Como ya
inviting me.
lo señaló,
Thank you for
las
welcoming me. As
preguntas
you've already
recibidas
mentioned,
siempre
the
a lo largo
questions that we receive
este
from our
día, les
participants
voy a
throughout our
suplicar que por
day,
favor las envíen vía
well, I'll
correo
tell you now,
electrónico
and I'll
hasta la
beg you to
fecha
send them
que tenemos
via
para tal
email or
efecto.
via chat.
Y ya nosotros de alguna
Those are the
manera
tools we have
iremos
for this
realizando
matters,
las
and
respuestas
we're
apropiadas.
going to analyze the questions
Este
and
día
give you the
estoy
proper
muy
response.
agradecido con
Today, I'm very thankful with all of you for having given me the opportunity of being here and expressing my comments and speaking about my experience precisely when it comes to management of the healthcare systems and the administration of human capital in the sector. We're going to divide this segment or phase into three branches. The first branch is going to be focused on management of healthcare systems. I'm going to be discussing this topic till like noon. Afternoon, we're going to constitute a debate panel. And during that panel, we're going to be discussing management and ethics, ethics correlated to management of the healthcare systems. Now, the third branch is going to be that we're going to have is an interview for Miss Farinas, Dr. Farinas from Cuba, from the Republic of Cuba. She's going to be talking about how to manage the healthcare systems that they have and health economics. It's very interesting for us to discuss the credits or the topics that we're going to be discussing. I'll share my screen with you so you can observe the presentation that we have scheduled for today. Well, and throughout, well, at the time, right now, we want to discuss with you healthcare system management. Well, and the management of healthcare system kicks off from the basic principles. The fundamentals of it is the management of it. Management of things is something that we're going to understand as social science. That's a concept. The objective is the proper management of human capital, the financial resources, other materials, and technological resources to achieve with efficiency our goals, our missions as entities, as social institutes. That's where our management or our administration kicks off because with management we can clarify and be in compliance and meet all the objectives we have. One of the core elements of management or the objectives of the management of any healthcare system is precisely to achieve the mission that using the healthcare systems, understanding from different grounds. We know that we're all facing complex situations. And as we were analyzing in the previous video, we could observe in the previous video each factor, the factors that we must consider. And we answered the how to manage these from different perspectives. When we speak about management of healthcare systems, we must be observers with clarity in our hospital wards, in our hospital network, in our clinics, in our institutions that are part of the healthcare system. We must observe and see which type of terminology is common in management, like governance, leadership, execution, management, direction. Now, we're going to try to clarify each concept or element so we can have a thorough understanding of how we participate in that management. Now, if we understand management with its different meanings, I mean, management is extremely important in the healthcare system. To begin with the proper management, we can kick off the progress of the healthcare system. Through management, we can be effective or efficient when directing these institutions or healthcare institutes. It really will determine I mean, of having us achieve the goals and meet the key indicators. We can see if we're managing things right with the achievement and meet the objectives. We have indicators, we have projects, we have programs, and we also have to consider budgeting. As all of these elements are mentioned and they're part of a human communication process and management that will lead us and mark the path for us to know and understand how important management is, how being a manager will have to really focus on achieving the objectives. Well, it is important for us to analyze the elements concepts
la
correlated to
dirección.
governance,
Lo
leadership,
que
and
queremos
direction.
aquí es
Now,
brindar una
these
atención segura y
what
con
we
buena
have to do
calidad al
is
paciente.
provide the proper
Requiere un
health care
liderazgo
for the
efectivo,
patient, and doing this requires a
el cual
proper
proviene de
leadership,
varias fuentes
effective
dentro
leadership,
de un
which
establecimiento de
which
atención
has its
médica,
sources. The sources are the
incluidos
proper
los
establishment of the
directivos,
pensions,
responsables de
the
área
medical
y
attention.
otras
We include
personas
the staff
con puestos de
members,
dirección
directives, and other
o
roles and other
responsabilidad y cargos de
positions in the
poder.
structure which are
Es muy
liable,
importante
that must be
analizar estos
trustworthy.
aspectos porque
It's
a
very
través de
important for
ellos
us to
es
analyze each
posible
element because after the
efectivamente, como aquí
analysis,
lo
it's
señala
possible for
claramente,
us, as it's
lograr la
clearly
calidad
mentioned in the slide, for
y
us the
la
quality that the
calidad de un
patient
paciente
seeks.
está
And having
íntimamente
that understanding, I
relacionada
mean, the
con un
quality that
liderazgo
that the
efectivo.
patient receives
Cuando
is correlated
analizamos ese
to an
liderazgo
effective
efectivo,
leadership. That quality
evidentemente
depends
vamos a
on that.
poder
When we're
lograr y vamos
effective
a
as
poder
leaders, we will
alcanzar
clearly
esa
be
calidad del
capable of
paciente de manera
achieving the
eficiente
quality that the
que
patient
coadyuve al logro
requires
de
with
esas metas y de
efficiency
sus
so we
objetivos.
can really meet their objectives.
Bien,
Now,
también
also,
vamos a
we're going to
revisar y vamos a aclarar
go
otro tipo
over,
de situaciones.
analyze other
Los
topics,
directivos, como aquí
and
se
clarify
menciona, y los
what we need to clarify.
responsables
The
de área
directive
deben
roles and those who
identificar
are
la misión
responsible
del
of their areas must
establecimiento
identify the
y
mission
asegurarse de
of
contar con los
what their
recursos
mission is in
necesarios
their
para
area
dirigirse.
and make sure that
En
they have the
muchos casos
resources
esto
that
no
are
implica
necessary
invertir más recursos,
to
sino
meet the
utilizar el
objective.
más eficiente
We be as
los ya
efficient as
existentes y nutrir de
possible
alguna
and
manera
resources that we have
y
available
aquí es donde
because
viene
sometimes
la función laboral
resources are
del
scarce.
directivo en
I
las
mean, that's when a
instituciones de salud.
manager that's part of an
Al final
institution
del
must
camino, los
also be a
directivos y los
consultant. I
responsables de
mean,
área
managers
deben
and
de
those who are
identificar
responsible in the roles of
claramente la
each
misión del
area must
establecimiento,
identify
esto es,
the mission of the institute.
claramente
I mean,
verificar
having
cuál es la
clarity,
razón de
being
existencia
capable
por
of
la cual
identifying
está esa institución de
and
salud.
answering,
Y a
the
través de
question
esa institución de
to
salud
themselves. I mean, it's like,
poder
why does
determinar
this institute, Healthcare
claramente
Institute, exist? They have to
si
be
se
capable of
cuenta con los
answering to
recursos
themselves.
necesarios para cumplir
The institute must have
claramente
the
con esa misión.
resources to
Por eso es
achieve its
importante que
goal.
la
So that's
función
why it's
directiva
so
esté en relación
important
directa
that the
a
manager's
esos recursos
relation is
necesarios
direct
para
and they
verificar que
must know which
efectivamente están
resources available,
y desde esta
identify them, make sure that
perspectiva
they
los
exist. And
trabajadores
with
al interior
these
de las
bases, the
instituciones
workers of the
logren
institutions must be
apropiadamente
capable
alcanzar
of
los objetivos
appropriately achieving
sin que
the
se
objective
creen
without
problemas relacionados con la
facing further
inexistencia
problems.
de estos mismos
Problems of
productos
scarcity,
o servicios que sean
scarcity of the
necesarios.
products
Es
or
también
services
interesante tomar en
offered. It's
consideración
very
que
interesting
los
for us to
recursos de alguna
consider
manera
that the
evidentemente son
resources
escasos.
evidently are
Al ser
scarce.
escasos,
When there's
evidentemente requieren
resource
de una mayor
scarcity, we
dirección
need
y que
top
efectivamente esa
management
dirección
and
sea
effective
lo más
management.
apropiada
The
posible
directive unit
para alcanzar
must
esas metas
work
y
properly
alcanzar
to
esos
achieve its
objetivos
objective
a través de
and meet all
diferentes
objectives
resultados.
with different results.
Bien,
Well,
otro aspecto
another
a tomar en
element
consideración.
to consider
Los directivos y responsables de
is
área
that the
deben de trabajar
directors and those
juntos
responsible
para
of
a
each area
integrar
must
todas
work
las
jointly to
actividades
integrate
diseñadas
all the
para mejorar la
activities that
atención
have
al
been
paciente y
designed
los
to
servicios
improve the
clínicos que se
services and
lleguen a otorgar
the services and
dentro de
all
las
the attention that's
instituciones de
provided
salud.
to the patients
Aquí es
in
donde
the
viene otra
healthcare
función
institutes.
vital del propio
This is
directivo.
vital in
El
management.
directivo como
It's a
tal
vital
no va
function
a
of a
lograr
manager.
el
On his or
alcance
her own
o el
will not
cumplimiento de
achieve
metas
on his or
previstas.
her own the whole scope
El
of
directivo
the
debe
initiative.
de
The manager,
trabajar en
the
conjunto,
director must work
debe de
with
coordinarse
others
con
and
las diferentes
collectively
actividades, es
coordinate
decir,
their activities with
debe de tomar en
others.
consideración a
So the
todas las
management
personas
positions must take into consideration
que
all
de
the
alguna
other
manera
roles
están
and all the other
integradas
staff members
dentro de
that
la
are
organización
integrated
para
in
alcanzar
the
los objetivos.
institution to
Un
achieve the
directivo no va a
objectives.
alcanzar
A
los
manager or
objetivos si
director will
solo
objectives if they are trying to work
requiere
on their own.
necesariamente
I
del trabajo
insist. They
conjunto, de la integración
necessarily,
apropiada de todos
it's
los
a must to work
trabajadores
collectively.
en una
Workers have
determinada
everybody
o en
on
una
board
institución determinada
in the
para alcanzar
institution, in
evidentemente
the
los objetivos
entity to
sin
achieve
que se den
the
algún tipo de
objectives
problemas
without
dentro
having
de las
further
mismas
problems
instituciones.
within the institution.
También cuando hablamos
When we
del
speak
mismo
of
gobierno, el liderazgo
governance
de la
and the
dirección,
leadership of those
podemos
in
observar que el liderazgo
direction,
efectivo
we can
comienza
observe that
en
effective
principio
leadership
con la comprensión de la
it
responsabilidad
begins
y
when
la
we
autoridad de
understand
las
our responsibility.
la forma en
The
que estas
authority
personas
position
deben
of
de
the people in the
trabajar.
roles and the way in which all these
¿Esto qué
people must
implica?
work
Que en
jointly.
principio el
What does this
directivo
mean?
tendría
At the
que
beginning,
comprender
a manager,
claramente
like director, must
cuáles
have a
son las
clear understanding
responsabilidades que tiene
of
al
what
interior
his
de las
or her duties
instituciones de
are
salud.
in
El
the
por qué está ahí,
healthcare
cuál es su
institutions.
función
I mean,
vital.
why is that
Y la
person there?
función
Why is
vital del
their
directivo es
position vital?
precisamente
A
cumplir con
leader
las
or
metas
a
con los
manager has to
objetivos a
achieve the
través de ese manejo
objectives
eficiente de
and
los
meet the
recursos,
goals when managing the
fundacionalmente
resources
tomando en
efficiently,
consideración el factor
fundamentally
humano para
considering
poder
all
implantar
human
de
capital
manera
to achieve
conjunta esa
jointly
misión
that
organizacional
mission
y
that's part
lograr
of
de
that
manera
institute.
eficiente
By
los
achieving
resultados
this, you can
sin
see
que
it
se
in the
lleguen a
results.
cometer
You can
algún
sense it in the
tipo de
results without
situaciones que están imprevistas
having
dentro de las
any
propias
other unforeseeable
instituciones de salud.
situations that might arise in healthcare institutions.
Es importante
It is
señalar
important
que
for us to point out that those who are in
administran y
governance
conducen un
of institutes
establecimiento
administrate and
tienen la
conduct
autoridad y
the path of
responsabilidad,
an entity have the
ya sea colectiva,
responsibility
pero
and
también
authority.
individualmente.
It could be
Son
collective or individual.
responsables, por lo tanto, de
Those
cumplir con las
people are
directivas
responsible of
con lo que se
compliance with
tenga,
laws and regulations, bylaws,
con las
internal
normas
laws,
vigentes,
with the
así
laws
como
that
de
are
cumplir
in
con la
effect,
responsabilidad del
as well as
establecimiento
they
para con la
must comply
población de
with all the laws
pacientes
and
que
regulations with the
atienden.
population of
Es decir,
members
no
or the
solamente el
population of
directivo tiene
patients that they
autoridad
have. A
para
manager, a leader,
cumplir
has the authority
con los
to
objetivos,
comply
sino que
and meet
también
his or her
involucra
objectives,
una
but they must
responsabilidad del
also
propio
be
directivo
involved directly.
para
They're
poder
responsible in the
cumplir
role
con
as
mensaje, con
directors
las
and
leyes,
must comply
la
with laws,
legislación de
regulations,
cada
our
país,
provisions, the law or
la legislación
legislation of each
sanitaria,
nation,
las legislaciones
the
generales que
healthcare
se tienen
laws, the
dentro de las
acts,
instituciones,
the internal
los
regulations
reglamentos,
that
las normas
institutions have,
vigentes, etcétera,
the laws
para
that are in
poder
effect,
lograr y alcanzar
etc.,
los
so
objetivos
they can
de
achieve
manera
and meet
eficiente
the
y que no
objectives
se vayan a
under
dar otro
efficient
tipo de
conditions
circunstancias
and
al
trying to stop
momento de tomar
other
esos mismos
circumstances from
objetivos.
happening on meeting
Bien,
objectives.
el liderazgo
Now,
efectivo también
effective
ayuda a
leadership
superar las
helps
barreras
us
percibidas y
surpass
los
any
problemas de
boundary,
comunicación entre los
any barrier,
departamentos y
any
servicios,
communication
en
issues
este
between
caso dentro
departments,
del
units
hospital o dentro de
which
una
offer
clínica,
services in a
dentro de un
hospital, in
centro
a
de
clinic,
salud,
in a healthcare
dentro
center.
de un
In this
lugar relacionado
this
directamente con la
happens
cuestión de la salud.
in the
Los
healthcare
servicios, por lo
sector.
tanto, se deben
So
de
the
volver más
services
integrales, es
must
decir,
be
el
integrated.
directivo llega a
The manager, the
conjugar
director
las
must
diferentes
correlate or
habilidades,
integrate the
las
different
diferentes
skills that
capacidades de las
they
personas
have,
con
that
las
their
cuales va a
people have,
trabajar
the
para
different like
efectivamente
skills or competencies that they
vencer los
have
problemas
to
que se
be
dan a
effective
nivel de
and
comunicación humana
surpass
y por lo
any
tanto permitir una
obstacle that
integración mayor
affects. So they
dentro de
should
la
be
misma
enablers or
institución de salud
facilitators of
para
the proper
alcanzar
integration of
finalmente
all the
los
staff members in the
objetivos
healthcare to
con
achieve
ello, como aquí se
objectives. And by
menciona,
achieving
servicios
objectives,
más
as it's mentioned,
integrados
we need
al
to be
momento de alcanzar
aware
y
of
al
the fact that
momento
we
de
need to
lograr
integrate
los
services
propios
to
servicios de
achieve
salud
our
desde la
goals and
perspectiva
provide
de
the services in
calidad,
the healthcare field
eficiencia,
under
responsabilidad
standards of
para
quality,
lograr estas
responsibility, and
metas y estos
efficiency to
objetivos.
achieve objectives, as I've
La
told you.
integración de todas las actividades
The
de gestión y la
integration of
mejora de
all
la
the
calidad
management
generan
activities and the
mejores
improvement
resultados
of
para los
quality
propios y
generate
los pacientes.
better results
Desde
for
esa
the patients.
perspectiva, al momento en que un
Based on
directivo
this,
permite un logro
at
eficiente
we
de
have
los
to
resultados,
understand that a leadership position must
evidentemente lo que
achieve
vamos a
with
observar
efficiency
es
meeting the
que los resultados se van a
so
transparentar en el mejor
those goals
cumplimiento de los
should be
resultados para los propios
transparent.
pacientes.
The
Y a
managers
través de ese mejor
accountable
resultado
to
para los
improve the
propios
results for
pacientes
who? For the
es
patients.
posible lograr
If we improve the quality results for
evidentemente
the patients, it's
alcanzar
evidently possible for
mayores
us
metas,
to
mayores
achieve
objetivos
greater
y
goals,
desde esa perspectiva
achieve higher objectives.
cristalizarlo
And by
todo
doing this,
directamente en los
we
mejores
can have it all
resultados
crystal
para
clear
los pacientes.
at the end when our results are improved.
Luego
The
entonces
patient's results
es
are better.
importante analizar
It's im-
otro tipo de
that's why we
aspectos.
need to analyze
¿Qué se
other
requiere para
concepts. Now, what do
alcanzar
we
ese
need
gobierno eficaz, ese
to have
liderazgo
an efficient
eficiente,
governance and leadership?
esa dirección
What do
plena
we need
de
to have that
metas y
right
objetivos?
direction that's going to
De
meet
acuerdo
goals,
con la
objectives?
literatura,
Now, according to
algunos de los
documentation,
aspectos que
if
tendríamos
we
que
go to
observar
the
y que
books,
tendríamos que
some of
analizar
the elements that we find in
está
books
en
that are
relación
object of our
directa
analysis
con
are
la
directly
influencia que
correlatable
ejerce el directivo sobre las
with the
personas.
influence that the management or leadership
Y
has over
ahí
its people, its
probablemente
staff.
tendríamos que
And
pensar
And if we think about the
cómo el
influence, we
directivo
must think,
puede influir en
how
las
can a
personas
manager have
para
an
lograr
influence on his or
alcanzar
her
esas
people
metas
to
y lograr
achieve
y
his or
alcanzar
her
esos objetivos.
objectives?
Porque al final
Because at
lo
the
que
end of it,
buscamos, como aquí se
what we
señala,
strive
es
for,
el
as we
cumplimiento
mentioned
de
in the slide,
objetivos.
is you
Primero
have to meet
influyes en las
objectives.
personas,
You have to
después
achieve.
cumples los
You have
objetivos,
an influence on
pero para
your
poder
people in
influir en las
you
personas y por lo
achieve
tanto
objectives.
cumplir
But
los
to be an
objetivos,
influencer in your people,
tendríamos
for them
que
to achieve objectives, we'd have
introducirnos
to be
en lo que
capable
se
of
conoce
introducing
como la
ourselves in
naturaleza.
the next concept. That's
Tendríamos que tener un
human
conocimiento
nature and or
eficiente,
knowledge. It's that
eficaz sobre
knowledge
la
should be
naturaleza humana
efficient
para poder entender y poder
and
comprender
having knowledge about
el por qué
human
los
nature
individuos
would
lo
really
hacen
see the
de
individuals
determinada manera y de
and
determinada
understand them.
forma.
It's like, okay,
¿Por qué nos
individuals
comportamos
move
de
in a
cierta
certain way and
forma?
behave in a
¿Qué es
certain
lo que
way,
buscamos
but
al
why?
momento de
What are we
actuar?
looking for
¿Qué nos hace
when
generar
we
ciertos
when we
intereses? ¿Qué
initiate
nos motiva?
our
¿Cómo es
action?
posible que
What
podamos
triggers our
generar
interest? What
procesos de
motivates us?
comunicación?
How can we generate
¿Desde
the
qué
right
perspectiva es
lines of
posible lograr y
communication?
alcanzar
I mean,
que ese
understanding the
gobierno, ese
perspectives, we
liderazgo
need to
y
understand the
esa
concepts so
dirección
we can,
sea
with the right
posible
governance and
desde
leadership,
ciertos
then
elementos,
make it feasible
alcanzando
for
ciertas
us to work
metas
with the right
y
elements
ciertos
to achieve the
objetivos?
objectives.
Y ahí entonces
Now, then
tenemos
that's
que
when
cuestionarnos
we have to
ciertos
ask
aspectos.
ourselves
Eh, Dentro de estos aspectos a
within
cuestionarse,
the aspects or each
entraría
element
sin
that we
lugar a
must
dudas la
consider, without
autoridad,
doubt, we have to
el poder,
consider the
la
authority,
comunicación,
power,
la
communication,
motivación,
motivation,
la supervisión, la toma de
supervision, the
decisiones, el
decision making
liderazgo,
process, the
el
leadership,
manejo de conflictos,
conflict
por ejemplo, la
management,
negociación, la
negotiation,
resiliencia y desde
resilience.
diferentes
And we
perspectivas,
have to
un
understand all of these
pensamiento
concepts with
estratégico.
different perspectives and also strategic thinking.
Estos
In
son
that mindset,
considerados en varias
these elements or
obras,
concepts have been
en
discussed or
varios
documented
libros,
in different
en
books,
diferente literatura, en diferentes
in different
papers,
uh,
los elementos
papers.
básicos de la
You know,
dirección
these are
que son
basic
consagrados como
elements of
aquellas actividades
management,
directivas,
which are
lo que
skills,
implicaría que un
hard skills for
directivo,
management.
para ejercer su
So,
función
for a
como tal,
manager to
tendría que
execute or
manejarlas
exercise his role as
ya
is,
sea
they
en
must
mayor o en menor
understand
grado
thoroughly
cada
each
uno de estos
concept to
aspectos.
in top or
El
less
primer
degree,
elemento
but
a
have a clear
analizar
understanding.
evidentemente
The
es
elements that are
la
object of our
autoridad.
analysis or that the
Cuando hablamos de
authority
autoridad,
must analyze, when
básicamente
we
nos
think about
estamos
authority,
refiriendo
basically what
a
we're
aquella
discussing or
capacidad que se
making
otorga
reference to is the
directamente por
capacity,
la
the level of
empresa, en este
authority
caso, la
given
organización,
or
la
granted to that person in
clínica,
this
el
case, whether it's a
hospital,
clinic, a
el
hospital.
ente económico, que de alguna manera, al momento de que algunos de nosotros nos nombran directivos en una
Once some
institución,
of
en
us
ese momento tenemos
is
la
named as a
autoridad.
director
Es decir,
in said
es esa
institution, at that point
cuestión
in time, we will
formal que
have
llegamos a
authority.
tener
It's this
para alcanzar
formal
esas metas y esos objetivos. Es un reconocimiento
position
institucional que nos
that we have to
permite
achieve those goals.
ejercer las funciones
It's
directivas
some sort of
para
institutional
lograr y
acknowledgement
para
that
alcanzar
allow
los
us
objetivos
to
desde
exercise
diferentes
directive
perspectivas.
functions to be able to
Cuando hablamos
make things happen from different
del
perspectives. Now,
poder,
when we talk about
ya es otro aspecto a
power,
considerar,
that's some different aspects
porque
we need to take
el
into
poder
consideration
implica una
because power
capacidad humana, una
entails
capacidad humana que
human
genere un
capability,
cambio
a human
en los demás.
capability that
Es una
brings about
capacidad
change
humana
in others.
que genera
It's a
un
human
cambio de
capability that
comportamiento,
brings about a
que genera
change in
una
behavior,
transformación en la
that
conducta
generates a
hacia el logro
transformation
de ciertos
in
objetivos,
behavior towards the
hacia el
achievement of
logro de
certain objectives,
ciertas
towards the
metas,
achievement of certain goals,
donde efectivamente se observa y se cristaliza
where
claramente
we can observe
cómo el
and
directivo
clearly
puede
crystallize
finalmente,
how is it
a
that the
través
director
de ese
can,
poder,
through that
generar
power,
una transformación.
generate.
La comunicación, por su parte, implica
Now, communication
un proceso,
entails
un proceso que se da entre el
a
directivo y en
process that
este caso
happens between the
todo el
director
personal subordinado,
and all the
donde
subordinate
se
personnel,
observen de manera eficiente la forma en la cual es posible interpretar de manera apropiada lo que el directivo quiere transmitir a las personas que de alguna manera están insertos dentro de la misma organización. Curiosamente, el directivo lo que más comunica no es, o con el factor que mayor comunica, no es con su forma de pensar, no es con su o con los discursos que llegue a impartir. La mejor forma de comunicación que tiene el directivo ante es a través de su comportamiento. Y dentro de ese comportamiento es muy destacable el ejemplo que brinda ante los demás. Y ese ejemplo que brinda ante los demás es base sólida para efectivamente lograr una comunicación humana desde diferentes perspectivas hacia el logro de ciertas metas y de ciertas circunstancias que se pueden llegar a lograr y alcanzar desde diferentes ópticas. Cuando hablamos, por ejemplo, de la motivación, eh, implica ese incentivo que se otorga el directivo otorga al personal para poder lograr y alcanzar esas metas y objetivos. Y desde esa perspectiva implicaría el conocimiento pleno de la propia capacidad que puede conocer el directivo sobre sus subordinados. Es decir, para poder motivar de manera apropiada, un directivo debiera de conocer a cabalidad a las personas a las cuales se está dirigiendo. Fundamentalmente, los aspectos que tendría que conocer en el caso de la motivación de las personas a las cuales dirige es propiamente sus necesidades, sobre todo las insatisfechas, porque la necesidad insatisfecha es realmente un elemento motivador de la conducta humana. Y desde esa perspectiva tendríamos que analizar la propia motivación. Otra función directiva, otra habilidad directiva a analizar, sin lugar a dudas, es la supervisión. Esa capacidad que tiene el directivo de observar, de analizar qué tanto efectivamente está cumpliendo con sus metas, con sus objetivos y desde qué perspectiva, evidentemente, se puede ver el cumplimiento pleno de los resultados y de las metas que estaban programadas en un origen. La toma de decisiones es fundamental. Ahí propiamente estamos hablando de tomas de decisiones programadas y no programadas, y desde qué perspectiva esa toma de decisiones es posible realmente desempeñarla con diferentes elementos para poder tomar la decisión más apropiada en cumplimiento de la meta, del objetivo, pero siempre tomando como base un sistema de información pleno que nos permita lograr de manera eficiente esa decisión hacia el logro y hacia la meta de los propios objetivos. El liderazgo como tal, ¿no? Como capacidad, entendida como esa capacidad de mover a las personas también hacia el logro de objetivos, implicando dos aspectos base que implica el propio liderazgo. Y uno de los aspectos base que implica el liderazgo es, sin lugar a dudas, el conocimiento, sí, de las personas, pero también la forma en la cual es posible lograr ese liderazgo hacia el cumplimiento de esas metas, de esos objetivos, a través de diferentes perspectivas. Manejo de conflictos, sobre todo el directivo lo que tendría que hacer a nivel de las instituciones evidentemente es no provocarlos, ¿no? Por el contrario, descubrir la raíz, la causa raíz que genera esos conflictos al interior de las organizaciones y tomar las mejores decisiones. Otra función, analizar la negociación, base, vital, porque no necesariamente siempre una de las partes va a tener la razón. Es fundamental el conocer las diferentes perspectivas, ópticas, analizar a través de los diferentes cristales cómo se pueden observar los problemas y cómo podríamos evidentemente tomar mejores decisiones desde la perspectiva de la misma negociación para permitir la tan anhelada ganar-ganar donde ambas partes evidentemente puedan lograrlo. Otra habilidad que tendríamos que analizar es, sin lugar a dudas, la resiliencia, entendida como también una capacidad que permite anteponerse a los problemas, levantarnos de los mismos problemas una y otra vez, siempre tomando en consideración esas metas y esos objetivos que estamos buscando para alcanzar efectivamente esos objetivos. ¿Qué tanto por eso el directivo está familiarizado, y más que familiarizado, está realmente abocado a lograr objetivos y metas en los cuales esté plenamente decidido a lograrlos, a alcanzarlos, y que independientemente de los costos que se puedan llegar a tener, es posible lograr esas metas y esos objetivos? Finalmente, de esta primera etapa de habilidades base típicas del directivo, está el pensamiento estratégico. Este pensamiento estratégico que nos lleva a analizar las situaciones y las circunstancias desde una óptica no única y exclusivamente del aquí y el ahora, sino analizando lo que puede llegar a suceder dentro de 10, 20, 30, 50 años. Un directivo eficiente evidentemente realiza una planeación a largo plazo. Siempre está con ese pensamiento estratégico en función a las metas, en función a los objetivos, para poder realmente alcanzar diversas circunstancias ante ciertas situaciones. Bien, vamos a continuar. Es interesante ahora que estamos viviendo una situación muy compleja a nivel internacional. La pandemia nos ha dejado ver múltiples circunstancias muy negativas de temas de salud a nivel mundial. Por ejemplo, uno de los aspectos que probablemente a nosotros como académicos nos puede llegar a sorprender, y quizá no tanto porque ya en la literatura se observaba, por ejemplo, el rendimiento de los sistemas de salud a nivel internacional. Y siempre se veía y se analizaba una paradoja muy interesante, como es el caso, por ejemplo, de Estados Unidos de Norteamérica. Ya la literatura reflejaba hace varios años que el sistema de salud norteamericano era uno de los sistemas de salud más deficientes que existían a nivel mundial. Y es paradójico porque, curiosamente, los mejores hospitales que existen en la humanidad están precisamente en Estados Unidos. Ahí están las grandes instituciones, los grandes hospitales, los mejores médicos. Sin embargo, como sistema de salud, nos reflejaba hace muchos años un problema muy serio. Y ahora que estamos observando la pandemia como tal, que ya estamos pasando más de un año de la pandemia, con sus diferentes implicaciones, y que esto evidentemente nos va a permitir observar cómo se ha, por ejemplo, hecho la dirección, cómo se ha ejecutado esa dirección a nivel internacional. Podemos observar, lamentablemente, y es muy triste verlo, cómo el caso de Estados Unidos, de Norteamérica, está reflejando los mayores índices de mortalidad a nivel mundial, lo cual es un resultado pleno de un sistema de salud que evidentemente no es funcional y que tendrá que replantearse. Y que, sin embargo, si lo observamos desde otra perspectiva, podemos observar el caso de la República Popular de China, el manejo que han tenido sobre la pandemia, y se puede observar la eficiencia en el manejo de la misma circunstancia. Y es interesante porque son temas que hoy en día, sin lugar a dudas, nos van a permitir tomar diferentes decisiones y diferentes reflexiones a nivel mundial. ¿Qué tanto se hizo bien y qué se hizo mal en diferentes ópticas, desde sistemas de prevención, desde sistemas relacionados directamente con el logro y con las metas que de alguna manera se tenían que lograr y alcanzar? Y es interesante porque al final vamos a observar que efectivamente los sistemas de salud en relación directa con sus metas y con sus objetivos en cumplimiento pleno de ellos, es posible compararlos. Y probablemente al terminar esta situación tan compleja que está pasando a nivel mundial, podemos realizar las comparaciones, evidentemente con los diferentes sistemas políticos que existen a nivel internacional, los diferentes sistemas sociales, las cuestiones religiosas, las cuestiones que tienen que ver con las conductas y comportamientos observables en diferentes países. Y todo esto en relación a implicaría la propia dirección de los mismos sistemas de salud para lograr y alcanzar esas metas y esos objetivos y que realmente evidenciarlos desde diferentes perspectivas y a través de diferentes ópticas. Es interesante todo esto desde una perspectiva y que efectivamente nos va a permitir observar y analizar las cuestiones desde otra situación para efectivamente lograr ciertos resultados y ciertas metas ante esas mismas circunstancias. Bien. Siempre, y ahorita vamos a iniciar ya con un análisis a nivel de dirección. Y en este análisis a nivel de dirección van a surgir ciertos problemas y ciertos cuestionamientos que yo quiero compartir con ustedes y que normalmente, bueno, cuando tenemos la oportunidad de estar evidentemente en presencial con las personas, es muy interesante por la interacción que se puede llegar a dar. Sin embargo, bueno, por eso estamos en este día dividiendo la plática a través de diferentes escenarios para poder tener esta interacción en línea y poder tomar en consideración diferentes aspectos a analizar a nivel de dirección. Cuando empezamos a observar estas cuestiones directivas, surge una pregunta muy interesante. Probablemente en esa pregunta muy interesante estaremos reflexionando cómo es que una persona se transforma en director. Cómo una persona puede lograr ese sueño maravilloso que implica la dirección. Probablemente para algunos efectivamente sea ese sueño maravilloso y probablemente para otros la dirección más bien sea una cuestión muy complicada a analizar, a reflexionar. Probablemente nos puede generar miedo, nos puede generar temores por lo que implica la dirección, por la responsabilidad que embarga desde alguna manera el ser un directivo y desde otra perspectiva, evidentemente enfocándonos a esas capacidades, a esas responsabilidades, si efectivamente yo como persona tengo esas capacidades y esas responsabilidades, y hasta dónde esa capacidad y esa responsabilidad me va a permitir lograr y me va a permitir alcanzar el cumplimiento pleno y cabal de esa misión que tiene esa organización a la cual yo quiero dirigir. Y entonces, la primera cuestión es base. ¿Cómo logro alcanzar la dirección en un sistema de salud? Y el segundo gran cuestionamiento implica cómo me puedo mantener en la dirección, porque muy probablemente podamos lograr un puesto directivo, pero sea debut y despedida, y literalmente iniciamos como directivos un lunes y para el día viernes estamos diciendo, ¿saben qué? Mejor prefiero no ocupar un puesto directivo, porque nunca me imaginé que el puesto directivo fuera de esta manera o tuviera estas capacidades o tuviera estas circunstancias. O nunca me imaginé que el ambiente de la dirección en las instituciones de salud implicara el entendimiento de las cuestiones de la flora y la fauna dentro de las mismas organizaciones, que se puede observar y que se puede analizar y que de alguna manera nos llega a generar mayores cuestionamientos que cierto esclarecimiento ante lograr ciertas metas. Vamos a tratar de ser lo más claros posibles ante esta situación. Y lo primero que tenemos que analizar a nivel directivo y de manera muy práctica es el por qué una persona elige un puesto de dirección. Y lo que podemos observar a nivel de la
Flying first class. It's a completely different world direction. A directive position is magic and wonderful from this perspective because additionally you have a that will allow the director to achieve his goals and objectives. So that's the romantic version. But aside from being romantic, it's something that's very close to reality. And why people look for these directive positions. But there are other matters that we need to observe, we need to analyze, because from anthropological perspective, sociologic, psychologic perspective, having this type of job position entails something else. Because otherwise, as a person, we have very interesting cases worldwide who already have very broad power, financial resources, have very high financial resources. Why would this type of people choose or look for this position of power? The most clear example is with our neighbor to the north, the case of our friend Donald, who was in power for 4 years, and normally ask themselves why someone who's a multimillionaire who practically has everything in life, while looking for a directive position, a role, why complicating his existence? And that's where we need to analyze other type of thoughts. And probably power because of power's sake, and as an art of human domination. All this is involved. Maybe we could think about something else related to self management itself from different perspectives, taking into consideration, for example, I mean, a more platonic version, if you will, that involves the transformation of the organization, change, generation of different circumstances to achieve the very directive function. Because then, well, the only way to achieve a transformation in the organization, direction itself. And from that perspective, evidently, we would have to take into consideration these other aspects to achieve these results without having other types of circumstances when integrating this from these different perspectives. So this is very interesting. These matters that we need to reflect upon, analyze, and because typically when we see investigation research carried out with people who in one way or the other carry out a work or certain activities, um, hospitals, clinics, their have regarding direction is very different. And when we interview directives, their way of thinking and their way of acting, their motivations, they're very different in terms of why they hold a directive position. And this is very curious because at the end of the day, when we talk about direction, regretfully, I mean, there's some behaviors there that shouldn't happen, but that actually happen in a direction from the directive optics and from the subordinate personal optics. The belief, the belief that a person can hold a directive position only and exclusively by achieving aspects that don't go in agreement necessarily to what's morally established with ethics. And we will talk about ethics afterwards in our work table. And that from given perspective and with different circumstances, aspects that have to do with human dignity and which are not necessarily related to achieving these goals and objectives. This is funny because I remember some years ago in a conference, we were told how a director, after being asked whether a director could transform through effort and work and meeting objectives and goals, and I mean, whether from that perspective, it would be possible to reach higher directions, even the prisms of the pyramid in any organization. If this was done through work, which might generate the appropriate behavior within the organizations, and what we were able to observe in certain circumstances, what I saw in this talk. how much so human beings are used to the only way of achieving, attaining a higher position is through getting dirty, quote unquote, hands and knees, to be able to achieve these goals and objectives, and that this goes against ethics and certain principles that make us not behave necessarily according to reality. And well, we would need to do other types of analysis, and for this type of analysis, we would have something else that's very interesting, because then probably, I mean, out of the most classic I still think Niccolo Machiavelli, when he wrote the Prince, and therein he clearly established certain very interesting aspects regarding behaviors in those times, and unfortunately, well, the behaviors that we have in our days, and from that perspective, that behavior in the old age is opposed to conduct now, behavior now, what we can analyze is that regretfully things have not changed, have not transformed. Hence, if we draw a parallel between now and then, we can observe that the most efficient way to achieve a directive position, directive role in an organization, is precisely through quote unquote inheritance. And with why? And well, after reviewing more advanced economic and sociological studies, which one way or the other allow us to interpret these situations, we can clearly observe how is it that this truly happens. In the entrepreneurial world, this is typical. If you want to be the director of your company, well, you need to become your company. That is, you need to be your company. I mean, if your parents are the owners of the company, the most logical thing is that you'll be the director of said company. That is very colloquial and it's very normal.
But also, we have to analyze other elements in companies, at hospitals, and institutions, whether they're public or, apparently we could just think there's apparently no hierarchy in these institutes, but there's no inheritance or legacy, but there is, because there's also some sort of monarchies at an institutional level. And within this monarchies that exist within institutions, there there's also some level of legacy or inheritance. So the way in which some people are appointed for directive positions or roles in an entity, whether it's public or private, if somebody's appointed, it evidently implies that if you're appointed, you're part of that monarchy. If you belong to that monarchy, it's possible that somehow you can inherit a directive role position to be part of the process of achieving goals or objectives. What I'm sharing or saying right now with you uh, depicts that contrast. There's that contrast, and we provoke by mentioning this so we can have more elements to debate upon. Because then, since in history to the present day, amidst crisis, I mean, or maybe you might think that a directive position or a person is appointed, maybe not for his or her skills, but because only or exclusively because the person inherited the position. It's painful, it's reality though. It is what is. That's clearly a reality. We understand that with the on basis of the grounds of reality. I analyze at a national and international level. But the top directive roles or positions, specifically speaking about the healthcare systems, they're given or granted, maybe not because the person is skilled enough or has the knowledge, but because he or she might belong to a group of power. In a few words, they belong to that monarchy. And if they belong to that monarchy, then they have the permanent directive role being appointed, not because of their skills. Maybe they're not even competent, but that's precisely one of the main problems that we have in the directive roles in the healthcare system at a global scale. It's likely that in other countries, this doesn't happen as much as in Latin American countries. True. But these are issues that we must think about. It's very interesting. At the end, it's a it's a like our dissertation. I mean, we're discussing this and it's very interesting. I mean, maybe the person's skills doesn't don't matter. Maybe if the person's competent doesn't matter. And that has led us to the levels of poverty that we now find in management positions in Latin American countries. And that poverty at top management levels or directive roles clearly makes that be mirrored in the health institutions. If the head who presides in directive roles, if he, she has different, complex, harmful ways and it affects the institution, then what we have sets the example of the complexity we face. This is why it generates a major entropy at an institutional level in the healthcare systems at a global, international level. And I insist, I see this in Latin America. In one way or the other, that hinders development, obstructs the development and growth of institutions because I mean, we should really achieve goals, the scope of the goals, the general objectives, in the appropriate way, having a list of priorities and making our actions effective, which will enable growth and would enable the development of the institutions we're with. I hope that my thoughts generate doubts or I've placed that seed of doubt and I want your comments, I want your feedback. I love if you disagree with me, that would be also wonderful because right now we have the opportunity to agree to disagree about the process of decision making. And based on these grounds, we will have greater bulk elements to analyze. Under that way of observing and having an optical understanding of it, then we can see different perspectives. Well, we'll continue. After having said all of the afore, everything that I've afore mentioned, now we're going to have time to be mindful about the types of power that exists in different levels of an entity, the types, the characterization of the powers that exist would have to be our object of interpretation based on different perspectives, considering different elements. First level, first instance, when I speak about power, I must understand the typical classical definition of power capacity to modify the conduct of others. It's power, it's the capacity to modify the conduct of others. The person in power, the person who's a director has power. That power, it's impossible for him or her to be a generator of change of the conduct of other people. Without that capacity, then we'd have to think about a different way of interpreting the goals and objectives that would then allow us to understand the perspectives involved in different types of situations. When we speak about the types or classifications of power, the first one we need to discuss about is, for example, having an benefit. It's like the derived influence of the capacity that a leader has to award or to acknowledge or benefit his or her followers. When we speak about this concept at management level, when they could benefit others with money, simple words, through that economic benefit, you can modify the conduct or the people that follow. We can see this in any company, in any entity with that retribution. What's the capacity or what's I mean the leader can exercise retribution and benefit the workers of different entities. And I'd say almost all institutions, I dare say. The majority of those who are part of that entity are sensitive when somebody benefits them. There's a retribution, it's economic. So that economic benefit is the first capacity or the first instrument that a person in a directive role could use to modify that remuneration, to modify the conducts of his or her workers. Another type of power that we can analyze has to do with that power to coerce others to comply with when they fear punishment. Now, when there's that power, it's not just that. I mean, it's the clear coercive power. There's that fear in the workers or in the human capital because it can be exercised as power. And I point out what Machiavelli mentioned, and I quote him centuries ago: the greatest or the greatest fear that a person might have is precisely the fear that that exists when there's a fear of punishment because of specific determined behavior, you might think or say. But you're talking about that economic benefit or retribution and the being coercive is about the Middle Ages. But no, that it's according to our historic law, there's like all of these years of human history or what we have in record, historically speaking, in these 12,000 years of human history, or I mean, you have the types of power. In principle, the principles, I mean, there's a power with retribution in being coercive, and there's punishment, but there's also an award. In medieval times, we could think about a retrograde way of thinking. Unfortunately, when we observe what happens nowadays, the principles of human behavior correlating this to the types of power and the changes of behavior clearly manifest or and leave evident the fact that being like or having that retribution and the use of coercive power, is complex because people might end up accepting, but these are the principles of our general conduct as people. However, there's other aspects or elements that we must observe when we speak about the types of power. It's also true that there's, for example, the for example, how the followers of the leader see the leader as a reference point, as he influences, she influences, but as in a directive role, we think there's not always a economic benefit, retribution, or the coercive power, but there might be like the person in power might be the person of reference. Like it's how much does the person as a follower identify him or herself with that leader who is the person of reference. And based on this understanding, knowledge also is very important. The influence of a leader based on his expertise or skills is also another type of power. Okay, so it's like the expertise of is also power, or being legitimate in power. How much influence do we have based on the legitimacy of the leader, the hierarchy, levels of authorization to achieve the goals and objectives, understanding different perspectives and analyzing this from different ways. Having legitimate power leads the person to have an influence over others to achieve the objective that had previously been established. Now, I would like to say that the being a direction or management has changed. I'd like to say that there's other ways of doing things or seeing things. We could simply think that after everything that's happened globally with the pandemic, humanity is changing. Humanity is transforming. And I would love to tell you that. And the problem is that when we observe reality, we observe, and unfortunately, no, not all those changes are happening. And speaking about history, in history through our day till the present, the situation is like the same. We are facing the same problems that happened back in history till today, present day. Even if we weren't there back in history and present, there's greed, there's the seven capital sins, and those seven capital sins are there and effectively there. It's very complex because as part of the great teachings that we had, or what based on our experiences, what we've learned amidst the pandemic, I'll tell you that unfortunately, the human conduct is present and it has followed the same line of behavior. Understanding the same line of behavior, we can try to unveil, try to go to the root of our conduct, go to the root of our ways of thinking. And if we see it, maybe we haven't really changed. We haven't really transformed our conducts. What we see here is we want a total benefit through the negative impact that we could have versus others. And understanding this based with observing things from different standpoints, we see how everything changes. And this is all data that we've been analyzing, through different grounds, on different understanding. But obviously, we see what's possible. There's also the negatives. I could think about maybe like the vaccine systems at a global level were already established. Two-thirds of the world will not have access to the vaccine. This had already been said. The rich economies will then concentrate or buy most of the vaccines, right? And when we speak about rich economies, we think about what's happening at a global scale. What do we do with the rest of the economies that are poor, third and fourth grade economies? They're emerging nations. They're in a path towards development, but it's a path that's complex. There's so many things to observe under different circumstances. When we speak of power, everything that we discuss will make us analyze other circumstances, situations. We are facing certain elements which clearly or evidently must be considered. For example, in our perspective, okay, leadership as is, for it to be, we must have a leader, an effective leader. What's funny about the leader with his management expertise is that the leader has behaviors that generate an influence in the conduct or behavior of his or her followers. Fundamental. The leader has to issue or simply uh, have certain skills. The main behavior leader is setting the example. He or she sets the example before others. What he she might say does not he does the execution by setting or preaching with example. Clearly, that leader has an influence on the behavior of others. And well, here, what happens is that leadership is an influence between parties under certain influence in a determined situation. I mean, we have different diverse objectives that could be very specific, and there's lines of communication used for communicate. There's an influence when there's that dialogue. There's a process of human communication to achieve certain objectives. Additional to this, a leader is a person that has an influence over others to achieve objectives. The greater the number of followers, the greater the influence. And I mean, if the achievement of valuable goals is higher, the leadership is clear, crystal clear. Here we have a picture of Gandhi. His main influence. What gives this man that leadership position? His followers followed him because of his behavior, his conduct. So people followed him because of his ways, what's customary, his behavior. Not only are we just not, I mean, we're considering Gandhi. I mean, we're not saying that he didn't commit mistakes. Evidently, he committed mistakes, but it's always important to analyze both sides from that human perspective. Us as humans are not perfect. Our conduct, our behavior is not always feasible, possible. But from this understanding, is in general, his conduct, his behavior sets the example to other parties. He sets the example in his ways, and he triggers the process of influence to achieve goals and objectives from different understandings or grounds, right? So there's certain keys to develop leadership. The keys must be considered. To begin with, the principles are for leadership, increase our knowledge that we bear. We're going to talk about learn and unlearn to rediscover and broaden the true limits, live new ways of generating links or relationships, apply your experience based on that professional reality. These are fundamentals, these are key to develop leadership. In principle, we have to increase knowledge about the self, about ourselves. We must not confuse our essence, our spirit with our personality. We must unveil as people who we are in spirit and essence, who we are in our authenticity. It's part of a process and it's a painful process. If the process is too painful, we try to avoid it. That generates in ourselves a basic conflict when we're trying to find who we are and who we should be. And that is what we observe precisely in this slide, in this graph. That's where we can find the basic conflict versus mindfulness and being awake and mindful. And there's a base of conflict. In this circle, we have that mindfulness process. We're totally awake. There's our virtues, there's our traits, there's our superior knowledge and our free instinct. But that essence is in constant struggle, constant debate with that decline of conscience. In this other circle, I point out our passions, the group of what are we focusing on, fixed on, what's our preservation, and all the awareness and the decline of awareness, social elements, and then in the sexual elements that constitute us, and then there's the basic conflict. I mean, if we're knowledgeable or of ourselves, only when we're knowledgeable about ourselves, we can trigger all of those traits of personality. A leader, a manager requires, and it's compulsory, it's necessary for him or her to have self knowledge. Why? Because it's not possible to lead others if we don't know our mind, our consciousness, our own our personality. We don't know our strengths. If we don't know our weaknesses, our strengths, our skills, the threats we feel, what we say, what we think, what we do, our likes, that. And once we have thorough knowledge about the self as leaders, we must get to know, and we must have knowledge and know and be aware of the parties or the people that we're going to be leading. And based on these grounds, achieve goals, objectives. Why? The knowledge of the self constitutes a very important dimension of our intelligence, definitely. A person that's emotionally intelligent, besides being capable of relating to others and comprehend others, gets to know the self better and gets along well with him or herself. So, in principle, we need to relate, and generate links with others and understand and comprehend the world that surrounds us based on different grounds, through different ways or perspectives. Now, why is it important to be very mindful, self aware, and knowledgeable about leaders? To begin with, when there's a lack of capacity to acknowledge our errors, our mistakes, we can fall into a situation in which we think that we don't need others, that we don't that we're so arrogant, we're so thirsty for power, we're rejecting all criticisms, being narcissistic. That leads us to achieve goals that weren't necessarily part of our forecast, and we don't achieve our real objectives. If we're chasing like objectives that are not based on reality, if we think too much of ourselves, if we're just focused on things that are not necessarily productive, if we question others and our questions are just black and white answers, I mean, if we try to achieve certain levels of perfection, perfection is not necessarily, it's not correlated necessarily with management roles or decisions. You see the picture of Adolf Hitler, German leader. For some, he is the Antichrist. For others, he became, or he was, one of the top leaders. But that's a contrast. So I invite you today, I invite you as people to analyze this person, not as good or bad. Let's analyze him. I mean, beyond the good and the bad, find in this person objectively what's real and focus on specific properties or aspects that are related to the concept of leadership. Another key that's very interesting that enables us to develop our leadership will be without doubt is that we need to learn to unlearn, to discover the real, the true limits, to grow and to develop potential. We must increase our degree of awareness, of consciousness, so we can change our what we think that's the absolute truth and change it. And we think that that is, I mean, if we don't change that, then we're denying our self development. We need to know the self, as we've said it. And once we know ourselves, the I, we need to value and understand the beliefs that constrain us, that limit us. I mean to say, which are the elements? I mean, if I have a concept, and for me, that is absolute truth, and that absolute truth stops or hinders my skills to develop, I need to modify that absolute truth because it's not productive, because it's not enabling me, it's not facilitating me the goal achievement. And what it generates is something that burdens me. It has added load because that idea doesn't allow me to develop and grow. So then what we need is to have the will to grow and have the desire to uncover which are new realities, not the absolute truth, new objectives, new realities, new goals. Based on that new vision, evidently, we are involved in different situations that that not necessarily lead us to understand precisely what could at some point generate different types of circumstances. And this situation might generate problems, greater problems. Another aspect to consider, it's how do we live with the different relationships we have? Level of awareness that's higher, we open doors to different ways of behavior and conduct in such a way we can eliminate what hinders, what limits. We, I mean, there should be new ways of being capable of relating, and we have to obtain or find new ways to do this.
Especially to yourself and the others. What we should try to do is providing ourselves with the opportunity, with the chance of getting to know other environments, other knowing other people, and evidently generating with this other ways of thinking, contrasting this to what we think, analyzing it to what other people might believe. And from that perspective, having some elements to be able to make better decisions. Here it says applying experience on professional reality. So, of course, we would need to find safe scenarios from psychological optics to allow us to experiment and practice, to rehearse mentally synchronizing actions in such a way that they might happen within your life and work structure, practicing from an area of comfort until mastery, and using temporary chores, new new conducts, because it's only through these new strategies for us to be able to observe the very diverse circumstances, and through these new circumstances, evidently making better decisions. And before all this, we can see that there are some basic aptitudes or skills that we need to develop. first basic aptitude or skill is congruence, which is the capability to understand the orientation principles of the organization and the values of the employees. So, in more simplistic terms, thinking, saying, and acting in the same sense, in the same way. Workers appreciate and they extremely value directors who are fully congruent in the way they act, in the way they transform. Now, vision, which is the capability to imagine different and better conditions as well as the means to achieve it. And this is interesting because the director needs to be able to visualize the company, the organization, the institution, you name it, in the future with more growth, with more development. This vision usually uh, takes up more than 20 years. And of course, we need to see what circumstances are related from the directive standpoint, from the directive optics to be able to achieve from different situations to their own organizational vision. Then self knowledge, the capability to know your own qualities and limitations, what we've already talked, and also things that have to do with intuition, something that allows us to examine a situation, foresee changes, correct risks, and generate trust. And empowerment, of course, which is the action of a leader that consists in sharing influence and control with his or her followers. That is to say, the director shouldn't exclusively generate his or her own power, but rather to also generate the capability or that capability in others, using his or her own virtues, circumstances, and skills to achieve better results. We have certain typical skills at the intellectual organizational levels, especially having knowledge in management, planning, supervision, even linguistics sometimes. Interpersonal matters, what we've talked before, and motivations, and especially communication, things in negotiation, conflict resolution. So, all this leads us or takes us to consciously develop the skills in a director. And that full development of skills in a director allows to understand, to truly understand something that's funny. To begin, that which has to do with our influence on others, obtaining power, and of course, everything pertaining to negotiating aspects towards achieving results, towards achieving own objectives, and through different circumstances. There are certain characteristics of leaders that we need to rethink. The picture that we see here, it's Mao Zedong, creator of the People's Republic of China. It has really surprised us. And curiously enough, like any organization, even the smaller ones or huge institutions called countries, what really matters is the leader, the director, because it is he or she who, at the end of the day, puts in action different capabilities of his or her own personnel to be able to achieve these results of change or transformation. These people in director positions sometimes are very censored. That's typical, and because their actions are always watched, always decisions are always analyzed under the light of judgment, which sometimes lead us to observing the same behaviors. So leaders as such are and have been and will always be, their actions will always be analyzed, studied. Some might be struck as good, some will be considered as bad. But ultimately, what we will have there are results at a directive levels. What people observe are results. If I see this man, Mao, at the end of the day, it's his results. And if we bring that to the leadership arena, we can see his results. And what's his clearest result? Well, precisely that, People's Republic of China. It's a very interesting subject matter that should have its own analysis. So a leader has certain traits. Which are these traits? Speed in decision making. He's original, adaptable, ascendant, responsible, self-assured, and this person is very sociable. So up to what extent a leader needs to have these traits, something that take him to real transformation, and up to what extent are these influenced by his ideals, ways of thinking, but even more so by the way that he might be acting under different circumstances. Other things that we need to understand, other skills need to, have to do with being motivated, creative, transcendent, original, authentic, someone who inspires, organizes. Needs to have the integrity, looks for the common good. This person is a good team worker, committed, responsible, exemplary, charismatics. They work in the long term. They're entrepreneurs. They're definitely agents of changes, and they have high service vocation and, of course, an excellent communicator. And I think that I'm not exaggerating these attributes of a leader. And these are only some of multiple attributes that we might find in a leader. That's why the importance of analyzing them, studying them, verifying them even. Why not? And see how much they've been able to achieve these results. There are other strengths that we can analyze in the leader. First, self-esteem. A clear self-concept of who they are, positive attitude towards life despite the circumstances and despite situations that they might be faced against. And of course, the main strength of a leader is freedom. Only leaders say that they will do things that they commit. So that really depends on our way of seeing things. This will lead us to making better decisions. And that better decision making, how much is this involved for us to be able to achieve better objectives that will lead in turn to more plausible results. There's different reflections of leaders. They strive permanently to improve quality of life. The quality of life, evidently, the people he's leading, he doesn't wait for things to happen. He makes them happen. He makes things and doesn't provide justification enough to do them. It's easier, placing blames than blaming in our own mediocrity. That's true. And a leader will take on challenges and commitments that allow to find his purpose of being, and it's through this purpose of being that he might achieve results and goals, because that person will be committed to those results, to attaining those results. Some other capabilities of a leader is making the most out of potentialities, achieving positioning, expression capabilities, understanding people he leads, and always maintaining control before everybody, before different circumstances, even, and before different scenarios. And of course, always achieving results and objectives. Within leadership, we include strategic thinking. We find the capability to interpret context of things. And well, this capability is to interpret the context internationally, for example. And with all this comes into play strategic planning towards the achievement of goals, objectives, and results, taking into consideration different scenarios, different circumstances. And once we analyze these characteristics, it is evidently possible to achieve these results in attaining these goals. Now, talent, human talent. Where does that talent come from? Particularly speaking, I guess leaders should look to the past to be able to understand the present and predict the future. For example, what we're currently living in terms of the pandemic. Has this happened before? Yes, history tells us so. It is known the political, cultural, economic chaos brought about in the population because of a pandemic, and because of history, we know what could after events or after a pandemic worldwide. So a leader wishes to know the origin of everything. That's why we should be reading history books, biographies. Questions among our friends to get to know their past. And why resorting so much to the past? Because it is there where we can find the answers. These are historic cycles. History is nothing but a cycle. And unfortunately, these cycles repeat themselves constantly. That's why it is important to know how things go up, go down. Different countries worldwide, different conditions. Same institutions in the international order. How is it that they're faced against certain circumstances, and from what perspectives we can achieve the same results? So before I finish with this first stage, because I have some further reflections, I would like to leave you with a quote. Quote by Viktor Frankl. And that nowadays, because of the circumstances that we're undergoing, leaves us with a lot of food for thought. And it reads, man suffers not because of what happens to him, but because of what he interprets. And I mean, this first sentence is interesting. We suffer not because of what happens to us, but rather by what we interpret. I mean, how many of us right now are suffering because of being in the midst of the pandemic? I mean, we're probably not suffering for what's going on, but rather by what we're interpreting of what's going on. just like I mentioned, men can be stripped from everything, everything but one thing less: human freedom. I mean, your own attitude before destiny. Choose your own path. I mean, if human beings are surrounded by interpretations, and interpretation comes from our own knowledge, then knowledge to be able to modify our interpretation of life. That's part of our liberty. Being able to generate, to come up with other ways of thinking, because facts are facts and they're there. The world is plagued with very complex events. Things like terrorism, pandemics, fraud, financial frauds, international international financial frauds, cataclysms, natural disasters, man-made disasters. But in the end, we need to be able to clearly observe what's going on and interpret that accordingly, using other ways of thought. And that's why it's very interesting, something that's very important. How is it that I can bring about that change and that modification to my ideas and my thoughts? And that's what's present here. As a matter of fact, you're studying this diploma course precisely to change the way you think, for you to look at life through another point of view, through another perspective. You're not expected to see life from just one point of view. That's very platonic. I mean, you need to walk out of that cave. That's it. Where we see only some interpretation of reality. And then it will be up to us to know and to understand what's going on outside and around you. And making our own decisions accordingly. And facing our own circumstances to be able to achieve and attain these goals, these objectives, these ideas that we might think at some point. So that's part of the formation process. And these formation processes, which are related to educational systems, which in one way or the other, we're trying to influence our capabilities when we're trying to make our own decisions. That's what we're trying to do through the Inter-American Conference for Studies on Social Security, generating this transformation, first in the Americas, to be able to have better systems, better social security systems. And of course, one of the basic aspects is health. And with that, we'd have to face life from other perspectives, from other optics, because current situation is very complex when it comes to health, when it comes to labor, when it comes to well-being. Everything, all of these are being attacked worldwide because of the pandemic. And then it will be up to us. We have the responsibility of modifying these circumstances. So, on the contrary, it won't be plausible to try and handle this interpretation. And I'm not speaking only through a perspective, but rather through different points of view, always taking into consideration other ways of thinking. Now, how is it that we see one same phenomenon through another set of eyes, from another point of view, through another crystal? Well, That's precisely what I said. It's requiring more knowledge. The fact that we allow ourselves to move on, having another way of thinking, will grant us the opportunity to observe the world in a different way. And, well, evidently making completely different decisions to what we're currently making. And thus the results will necessarily be different than if we keep thinking the same, acting the same. We will, of course, get the same results. But if we give ourselves the opportunity to think differently, to look at life differently, then we will have the chance to act differently. Thus, the results will also be different. Because that's my email. You already know it because I've had the privilege of developing this module online. And now that we have a more uh, real communication with you, we, we have this opportunity right now. So thank you for providing me with the chance of talking to you, giving you this presentation. Thank you to CISS of being able to partake in this wonderful diploma course. And really, the challenges that we're facing in the world right now are very complex, and that's why we require better prepared people to face the challenges successfully. Our countries are suffering from multiple problems, multiple circumstances, and that's why we require directors. We require capable managers to modify their institutions accordingly. So again, thank you very much for listening to my presentation, and well, let's carry on, Doctor. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Gavino. So first and foremost, I would like to thank you for your presentation, which I deem as very important because it goes back and rescues elements that we sometimes neglect. Things like societies and how that reflects in the decisions that have been made in the. So, I mean, that idea and other ideas that correspond to what a leader should be. And again, Dr. Gabino, we will go right to the next stage, which is this work table. And for that purpose, have here with us. I'm sorry, let me turn my microphone off. I think I'm still logged on to the previous session. Okay, so we have a guest coming on behalf of Dr. Sue Robledo. I'm sorry, it's Dr. Davila Giron. He works closely with Dr. Sue Robledo, director of Mexican Institute for Social Security. So, very briefly, his resume: Dr. Jorge Davila, PhD in Public Policy and Development by the Anahuac University, master's degree on management with specialty course in finances from Tecnológico de Monterrey, a CPA bachelor's degree from Tecnológico de Monterrey, and diploma course in financial intelligence. He's a consultant, honorable technical council coordinator of the employer sector before IMSS, representing the National of Trade Chambers and Tourism Services. He's the councilman for National Funds of Fonacot, member
Afores, as well as the Social Commission and the Council, and he's also a councilman for the Chamber of Tourism in Merida, member of the Alliance of Consultants for Competitiveness of the Entrepreneurial Units, and the councilman and consultant from the CNCA Group, general director of the Polygas Group, plant manager of fish and shellfish, and he's the regional director of credit in Santander, and our director of planning and marketing of Banca Serpin, and coordinator of budgets and director formation of Grupo Industrial Peñoles. He's a past professional and academic experience, 32 years faculty member in educational institutions like Tecnológico de Monterrey and Universidad de Anáhuac, among others. Instructor, a certified instructor, facilitator, creative facilitator to teach the Jóvenes Emprendedores, a model from the Ministry of Economy. And well, he's worked 35 years as a consultant of small and medium-sized companies, finances, IT, marketing, fiscal, human resources, strategic planning, and management. So it is our genuine pleasure to have you with us today. So, without further ado, I will pass the floor to Dr. Gavin.
Colleagues, we're going to switch. Thank you very much. Well, good day, good afternoon to all of you. Thank you, good afternoon. It's a pleasure for me to welcome all of you. And we had scheduled the first phase, for the first phase, a conference that's like the general conference. And in that general conference that we had, we wanted to discuss specific topics that would that would that would enable us to discuss much furthermore. Now, when we're talking about ethics correlated to management, it's part of the core theme that we must analyze. Now, we're going to have now the opportunity to be discussing for 1.5 hours, which is apparently a long time, but it's not that long. We're going to be talking about ethics. And I'm going to ask for each one of us to discuss the particular themes. And additionally, we're going to have, I know that we're going to share different ideas and contrast them, ideas that we are going to discuss that will lead us to understand our perspectives, which are analytical, and to understand how we introduce ourselves. We have serious problems amidst the pandemic, but what we've said before is that there's situations that have happened prior to the pandemic. Now, with the pandemic, unfortunately, I mean, what happened, if we go back in time, what happened during First World War? History teaches us the complexities of situations. Now, somehow, during that First World War, the results of the war were like then the Second World War and 70s of the past century. We analyze history, and then we faced the economic crisis of the 80s and the 90s. And some of you might say, well, we've been in a crisis from the initial phase of humanity's existence. Now, I mean, we've had and share so many points and visions about humanity, but the point is that we're going to be debating and contrasting ideas and topics we're going to begin by opening the floor for to begin with. I I I beg you to please input your name in the screens exactly so we can begin. I would like to open the floor to our special guest, a member of the Inter-American part of the conference. Sir, could you please begin with our debate? Yes, thank you very much. Good morning to all of you. It's an honor. It's my pleasure to be here with you today. I thank you for inviting me and allowing me to begin the debate. I open the floor by saying, first of all, I want to mention three elements that at the Mexican Institute on Social Security, three concepts that have really made our ethics and accountability robust and stronger in actions and way of conducting ourselves. First of all, I'd like to tell you that last year, the technical board, the steering committee in the Mexican security is constituted by its maximum authority. That's the technical steering committee that I'm part of. I'm a constituent. There's the general director and its 9 directive units. Those 9 directive units and the leadership administrate or manage the Mexican Institute on Social Security based on the needs that have brought us to this table together are the discussion or debate of ethics. We've talked about what Mr. Soer Robledo specified before the steering committee of the Institute. He told us in his initiative to create a 10th unit, a directive unit that's called transparency and integrity. That unit has an objective. Its objective is to give the Institute and its full operation results. The results of transparency being accountable and the integrity element that proves that our ethic execution in our duties are backed up with actions in the institute as Mr. Gavino mentioned. The second point that was something that I mentioned yesterday is that prior to this, those government officials in the institute were distributed in the 32 state entities. They were distributed to operate in the 32 state entities of this country, had representatives in each state, government officials representing the institute in each of the 32 states of Mexico. Now there's 35 because there's state entities like Mexico City, the state of Mexico, the state of Veracruz that due to their complexity because of the population count, they require 2 ways of configuration, 2 delegations or 2 representatives. Each entity is administrated centrally in our management. Now, there's entities that operate from, were centralized, but they operate branched out. Now, exactly what Mr. Gavino was specifying during his presentation was that prior to this, there were some roles or roles appointed due to a legacy, as he mentioned. It's because they were appointed to a roller position because of power issues, maybe a governor, a senator, a government official, the general director of the Mexican Institute on Social Security pointed a finger at the person and appointed the person for a position as a government official last year, during February of last year. Now, what happened is that the general director submitted an initiative to the steering committee to amend or change this radically. Now the government officials or representations are occupied now by appointed people who are competent or skilled. So we changed the process completely. It took us months. And through that effort, we defined the criteria of selecting each one of the possible feasible government officials to represent us. And I could mention number one, the people that represent us must have 10 years of experience in the Mexican Institute on Social Security. They must know the Institute, understand the culture of this Institute, and so on. Second criterion, they need to have a license, a degree, and expertise, higher studies, postgrad studies that improve their scholar skills. They should have experience institute or in a management in another type of institute with administration skills. Plus, they have to answer an exam, an evaluation versus his or her rivals or competitors. They should also, we had third parties helping us define exam that the candidates must answer versus their opponent. All of this happened because in the process of election of the representatives or delegates was completely public, completely transparent. And after having selected around 900 candidates that did meet all the requirements, I mean, we filtered some or eliminated some. We reviewed the 900 people that met the criteria. We filtered time after that screening. We analyzed the points or the qualifications that the list of people had. We had another list of those people who were capable to meet the requirements, and we selected top 5 of the elements part of the evaluation. We found special traits, special properties. To also meet the gender quota or gender equality, we selected 18 males and 17 females, which were specifically selected only due to their score with their scorecard. These people were part of another process, another phase. There's a public consultation process in a small bag with a tech steering committee, the technical steering committee during February 15th of last year. In this selection process, we put in a container the names are the 35 possible delegates to represent us who complied with all the requirements, and in the other container we have the 35 uh, states that they would represent in delegation. And randomly before the media, print and public media, there was an announcement. There is like that we pulled out from the containers the name of the person plus the jurisdiction that they would be working in. We correlated the person identity that he was going to be commissioned to or sent to direct us in those areas. Now, after that, which we put the names of the leaders, they first of all they meet the requirements. It's and they're there because of their skills. They're competent. I mean, their skills make them competent. They meet the criteria and they competed with 900 other subjects that would have or could have. Out of those 35, we selected the top scores, the 35 people who had the top scores. And then we had like, in their scores, some of those who were competing really scored high with you know, different scores, but they met the requirements and everything was transparent. Everybody was present or it was public. The general director then stated back then that he had cut the finger that pointed or selected, as you, Mr. Gavino, specified that we were appointed or some were appointed in director or management positions by point, but just by being selected by somebody else in legacy or just selection. So the director said that he had cut his finger, stating then that the process was transparent and there was ethics. Those who signed to be part of that election process were ready to be sent out or commissioned to a state entity. The subjects that were selected did not have the right to pick the entity that they would go to. The second point that also our general director stated was when he was part of the House of Representatives in Congress, we had the 3 of 3 law. Any public government official, any director of in the exercise his public duties and government has to go through the same process. 3 of 3. I mean, obviously, that that it's like you have your holdings declared before the finance ministry, no conflict of interest, and the other guiding mechanism is mentioned. Now, out of these three provisions in the Mexican Institute on Social Security. It's our health institution. It's the top number one institute that focuses on health. We're excellent. And that makes us more robust. That's what I can mention to open the door for our debate. Thank you, sir, very much. It's very interesting because one of the basic elements to be capable of fighting corruption in different institutions and to being transparent and accountable, I mean, and have open information that enriches our institutions, it strengthens our institutions. There's different vectors. Obviously, by doing this, we can achieve better results. I have here Ms. Natalia Villalobos Leiva and Carlos Alberto Solano Salas, Rubén David Flores Campos, Anet Gerardo Angulo Leiva, and Luis Manuel Arguello Lugo. And I would ask you to please, well, let's continue with the debate that our keynote speakers or panelists mentioned. What's important to mention in this session? Okay, Natalia, please, could you continue, Natalia? Hi, good afternoon to all of you. I'd like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to participate, specifically, Mr. Gavino. Thank you. I loved your presentation. The truth is that what you said strengthens the concepts, you give us guidance, and I thank you for having shared your presentation today. And, well, particularly, the general seminar has given us a lot. You contribute, and we hold, some of us hold some management positions. Introduce myself for other participants. I'm Natalia Villalobos. I'm the manager of job positions and payroll of Costa Rica in the Institute of Social Security in Costa Rica. I've I've enjoyed this seminar. It's a great experience. I thank you so much. And I thank our institute in Costa Rica for having me allowed to learn here with you so much. And what I must mention is after you shared certain literature that we could read, we know that in the commutation we must have a code of conduct and ethics that regulates our performance and the relationships amidst co-workers. Relationships also depend on our behavior, what conducts others, what's their drivers, our behavior versus peers, colleagues, and users. Now, also, that code or that law has to be a guiding element for the common well-being, what's properly been mentioned by you today. I want to understand from our institutional perspective, and I can speak based on my experience, which is HR or human resources in the Costa Rican Institute on Social Security. I mean, we heard Mr. Davila yesterday, and they said that they have 80 million in population. Our population is 5 million citizens. I mean, we compare the numbers from Mexico's population and our population, but even irrespective of the numbers, the social security institutions are facing challenges, specifically when it comes to payroll, and we have a major structure in our institution. Everything flows through our structural organization. It makes us functional. Our institute is articulated in a well-organized way. We have a hospital network. We have 105, 526 other clinics and other centers. These are the basic institutes that are providing healthcare services. In this structure, we have the administration of 596 positions, which are very complex. The roles in our HR is different. And considering what we're discussing today with this, which is ethics, I mean, having so many people in ethics, it's a challenge. Our hardworking population, I mean, we have over 61,000 people, and we can be talking about 68,000 people who are part of our system. They're part of the labor force. Now, the data that we have, or the data that I share with you, is to give you a bit of the context of because of the challenges that we're facing in our institute in the division of HR. We have other statistics, and yearly we know that in our institute there's a recruitment process. There's new laws, there's new regulations. We have to be capable as an institute to provide the right services 24/7, 365 days a year. I mean, there's more members yearly. This tells us that in average monthly, we have to hire 500 people, as I told you, monthly. What did I want to explain right now? What I want to share with you, I want to talk about the challenges that we're facing now as HR managers, administrators. Now, the way in which I'd explain it would branch out into two. I mean, hire, select human capital, we need to be capable of attracting talent. Definitely. System must also have the capacity to give the response to our members, the patients. We have a system to select, recruit. As Mr. Jorge Davila explained, the challenge that's been a tangible, it's materialized, is the following. We are trying to use our methods to attract our people for social security institutes in our country, but maybe those methods are not rigorous enough, strict enough, or attractive enough to attract the talent we need. No, what in the books we know that leadership, I mean, what I understood is like leadership is something that you're born with. Leadership is something that you can also create or develop. That's what I understood. But what do we want? We want leaders to be filtered from the beginning, seen from the beginning, at the initial stages, at the beginning in the recruitment process because of his or her performance. Pinpointing a leadership can also help us be better in our work processes. We can achieve objectives that are positive for our population. That's one of the first challenges that I wanted to express now at this debate table. We have to improve our selection processes to recruit the right leaders. And another point, we need to be capable of attracting the right staff, people that have like passion to work here, not just in one area. I mean, we need to hire the people that passion for the healthcare system in all our administration that are there providing services so our results are top results. So that's how I would want to express this. We need to attract the right leaders and attract staff members or human capital that have that passion for this job, re-engineering, using the right tools. And we link the whole system that we have with HR. And another challenge that I want to talk about is the performance. Okay, we attract the best human capital, but if we go through the evaluation of his or her performance, the tool that we use to understand the performance of the person will give our system sustainability. Okay, we attract the top human capital, the best people from the beginning, but we attract them, and in the system, is it all sustainable with the right instruments? Can I strengthen what I do? Can I keep them with me and have them working continuously and assess their performance? Of course, there's many people part of our institute that know that the recruitment method is a tool. We can improve it. But definitely after explaining my role, my position, I can tell you that the tool that we use should give us the right results. The results are the right people so they can give us the best they have. And those are some of the elements that I wanted to mention right now. And I correlate what I've just said with the concept of ethics, the code of conduct, and the system of HR that we have in our institutions an impact, an effective way to impact to achieve the expected results, the desired results for Social Security. Those are my comments. Thank you very much. Ms. Natalia, thank you. Now, it is interesting because you had already mentioned the prior to me, doctor, please tell me what's your name? Davila. My apologies. My apologies. I have short memory there. But Mr. Davila mentioned precisely what he mentioned what Miss Natalia is now mentioning. You're talking about the selection recruitment processes. Mr. Davila mentioned the recruitment processes that we have because it's clear that, I mean, we're talking about over 900 people that meet the criteria for the profile to be appointed for a management director role, and they require to implement further processes to select 35 people out of those that are now currently being appointed at a regional level in Mexico, in the Republic of Mexico, to their positions in the state entities. Another point that Ms. Natalia mentioned that's a very interesting point is you discussed the assessment, the evaluation of HR performance in institutions, and I speak about this in general. I'm not just talking about it's global. These situations make us try to find the right ways to have the right transparent mechanisms to select. Maybe you can also have like the options be competitive with a bonus. It's not about depending on on certain methods you can fall into situations that are ways of doing things. So that's why I'm mentioning once again the ideas that have been discussed at the table so we can adjust the processes to select the people or screen the people and be transparent, just be accountable. And once you have the selected is the person must exercise and be in compliance with what his duties, her duties are. And she should be under monitoring and surveillance in their position for their performance to achieve top results. Now, I didn't, I apologize because I didn't read your resumes. I didn't read your bios, but I know that you're top. And I was going to spend like 30 minutes reading each one resume. So I know that you're obviously bright, and I apologize for not having um, like focused on, but those now I want to ask Mr. Carlos Alberto, our panelist, to please continue with our debate. Well, good afternoon to all of you. I'd like to introduce myself briefly. I'm Carlos Alberto Solano. I'm director of Metropolitan Clinic Type 3 in Costa Rica. I work for the Social Security. And right now, the main theme to discuss is ethics in institutions, in public institutions. The public institutions offers services to the population daily. There's so much to analyze daily, schedule daily, and improve daily in our field. There's 3 points that I would like to branch out. Number one, which are the principles that the institution has as is? I mean, the institution, when when you create an institution, you think about the principles or that internal law or principles of the institute. Based on these principles, you know which are the principles of the leaders and which are going to be the principles of the other like human capital. We can't separate one thing from the other. From the principles of the institution have to match the principles of the leadership. That that's why it's so important. In Costa Rica, from the beginning, we've had top pillars, principles to to foster and be capable of giving the right services, equity, the principles of fairness, and the principles of respect towards our patients. And the leadership in this institute, I know we're facing sometimes, I mean, we have pressures from the institution, pressure from government, pressure from officers, pressure from our communities, and you working in compliance with our values. It depends on many things depend on the behavior of the leader. With the behavior of the leader, you develop an institution and you develop the hard work of leadership, principles, and ethics. Not only not only is ethics important, we apologize, there's a background noise. The patients and the parties involved have to respect our provisions, our laws and regulations. We have an internal law, and we in our internal law must be respected. And as Ms. Natalia Villalobos said, being in compliance and going through an evaluation of performance is important. It's not about we evaluate that the person come or not, they were evaluated, we analyze the performance. This is thorough. We take it a step further. We have objectives, we have to see the person achieved the objectives to follow that north guide and compass that leads the institution. We have the preset north direction, and we need to know that our human capital is going to comply thanks to the actions of our people. First, we determine the principles that our staff comply with so we can lead our institutions towards that north. Now, there's soft skills of the staff members and managers or directors. There's soft skills that we have to work on. The institutions wanted to know if their people had the proper resume, and maybe the resume or experience was 70 pages long. And at the end, you had to understand the soft skills of the people. Now, we're developing now, yes, the technical side of what we're working on, but mainly for us, we're doing this to be capable of focusing on ethics of our each element. It's important, as Mr. Davila said, to be transparent. The integrity of our people is vital.
And also to show how is it that each one of us will develop our activities geared towards ethics. Thank you very much, Dr. Carlos Alberto. Now, please, Dr. Ruben David Flores, please take the floor now.
Afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege being here with you, sharing a little bit with the knowledge that we've acquired, not only in our professional life, or academic life, but what we accomplished within the institution. I represent the Caja Costarricense del Seguro Social. I'm the director of the health area in the rural area of Chile's northern border, an area which I'm, proud being of Caja and proud of being part of this area. And just to give you a little bit of context, it's an area where mm, we make border with our others. So in that sense, we have a lot of mixture culture, both from Costa Rica and from other countries to the north in this region. So when talking about the ethics of directors, And what really shapes us as directors, one of the most important things to remember is that knowledge is power. And after listening to Natalia Villalobos, Carlos Albertos, and Professor Gavino talking about the fact that we need to have that capability for us to be able to become leaders, for us to be able to better manage human assets that's placed in our hands as leaders and as directors. So that knowledge that we acquire through all these diploma courses or studies we carry out are the ones that will help us ethically, morally, and correctly to be able to select this personnel to see where we will place them. There are some other aspects of what Doctor mentioned in the beginning about the selection of these 35 possible directors that really caught my attention because choosing these officials and randomly choose where in the country they will go to, that sometimes generates a bit of uncertainty because our peer before me said that they had a very specific selection and they ran tests. And my question is, what does that director know about the region he's going to work? Does he have any type of roots there? Will he be able to respond accordingly in that region? Will he be able to ask them, what can I do for you? I mean, I know that this sector has indigenous population, or that other sector has some other type of population, probably a lot of teenage pregnancy in the rest of the country. So how can I work with that population? So I understand the part of transparency. Don't get me wrong, but what really concerns me about what my peer was saying is this random selection. After I already have trained people, which maybe managing can use characteristics of one of these directors, which are more according to certain population in Costa Rica, for instance, population from rural area from, let's say, the Limon municipality. It's a part of Costa Rica with a lot of African descendants. So, Dr. Flores, what do I know about African descendants? Not a lot. Will I be the most adequate director to go to the Limon region and tending population? Probably not. If I have 35 staff, all of them very capable, very well trained, all of them pass the test, but I think we should analyze from the human standpoint and customs, religions, and things that they do. I mean, so when I draw this little piece of paper and I join it with the other raffle piece of paper, is it the best match for that director that I'm moving to this area for the director to be the right person? So these are things which, from the moral, ethical, human standpoint in development, make me think because I know that these people are well trained, they all have their titles, they all pass the tests. Now, actually, the new labor reform in Costa Rica says that I don't have to look up many things, only the resume that comes along with a person. And based on that, I will make my hires. So when I hire physicians in Los Chiles medical area, I think, what does this physician know about this part of town? Does he know mixed population? That there's a high degree of migration? Is he aware of poverty? This area, will he like to work in this area which is not really developed? How much will that person will be able, that physician that I'm hiring, be able to contribute, or a social worker or nurse? How can they help my population for that person to make that population, which is mine now as a director, since I'm the responsible of the health of this town? What will be that person's contribution to help this town? How ethically or morally, even, or humanitarily, like I said at the beginning, how can I build trust, respect the people from my population if I'm bringing someone who, of course, has a title, but will that person has his moral and ethical values? Will that person have the willingness to work for this population? Will that person have the desire of uplifting through his profession this group? So that concerned me in the beginning, but I do understand. Like Natalia said, we need to use human capital, human talent. We need to better manage it. We need to know their skills, dexterities, but we also need to embrace a whole lot of things. That's why I said in the beginning, knowledge is power. If I know who is it that I'm hiring, if I know who is it that I'm going to put in this position to work with this type of population, then the success of management as a director in a population in an institution will be even larger. Thank you very much. Dr. Flores, thank you very much for participation. I will now pass the floor to Dr. Davila. Dr. Davila, the floor is yours. Yes, thank you very much. And just to clarify about my comment, the appointment selection of delegates, because what the doctor before me, Dr. Flores, said is very pertinent. Yes, and as a matter of fact, we do take into consideration these situations. And I missed to mention that in Mexican Institute of Social Security, out of the 35 delegations I talked about, there are two elements which really back up this delegate in the management of said delegation. We have two legal figures supporting that delegate, which are the delegation consulting committees, made up by councilmen and women representing three partisanship in that state. This consulting councils in the delegation, which are supported one of the delegates to be able to operate and better manage this delegation or state. These are councilmen and women living in that population, coming from them, and who were appointed to represent the three partisanship before the Mexican Institute of Social Security. And let me tell you, this consulting councilmen and women in delegation, these are people who were chosen by the government of the state to work in the health sector. For instance, in each delegation, usually the representative of federal government in this three partisanship, that entity is usually the Ministry of Health of that state, who perfectly knows the needs of the state, not only the right holders of IMSS, but the whole state is represented by the work sector, councilmen and women of the work sector who are inside factories, companies, fields, and communities, rural communities, where that representations allow the people to have full knowledge of their situation, and it's also integrated by employer council representing the companies of the states, and who also know perfectly the problems of their own state, their population, their companies. So it is through this delegation consulting committee, which is some sort of mirror to the technical council that we have at a central level, is the delegate will support for decision making, because I mean, otherwise it would be completely impossible for someone, especially chosen at random, for that person to know exactly the needs and the population and the reality of the delegation he's going to lead. So in his management, the local councils are there to support them, and the other government organization that has a delegates called government meetings. These meetings is precisely the personnel that the delegate or the director has to manage that delegation in. We're talking about the medical benefit director, economic benefits director, management director, so all in full staff. So this government meeting or council comes out from the communities precisely so as not to lose what Dr. Flores mentioned. For people to have, sensitivity to the needs of each population, because of course Mexico is a mosaic of cultures, of traditions, of rural communities, indigenous communities, that provides the richness our country. And yes, we of course take that into consideration through the delegation consulting councils and the government meetings. which are people selected from the community. So I think that in that um, we can solve Dr. Flores' question. And of course, delegates once been appointed, that they've been in that position for 1 year, they will be subjected to a very rigorous performance assessment process where we will consider the size of field each delegation. Because aside from your comments and aside from all the aspects that Dr. Flores kindly pointed out that we need to take into consideration, we need to take into consideration the size of the delegation. Those of us acquainted with the geography of Mexico, it's not the same being delegate of the state of Colima. With all due respect to the state of Colima, I have nothing against people in Colima, but it's not the same being appointed as delegate in Colima with a population that's very small to being a delegate of the state of Mexico or Mexico City or states Veracruz. I mean, the territory is huge going throughout the Gulf of Mexico. So of course they will be subjected to this process of performance assessment evaluation, and we will define a typology for delegations. And depending upon the performance of the delegate, it doesn't mean that just because he met the requirements of experience, competency, test, interviews, the full selection process I already mentioned, that doesn't mean that he will become viceroy of his delegation. He will be to performance assessment process in which we will be moving delegates also based on their performance, because we had them under signing a letter where they agreed to going to wherever they were sent. So if a delegate from is doing a brilliant job, is having a brilliant performance, he might be promoted later on to a larger delegation. And little by little, providing thing with more responsibility based on his performance. So of course this process has things to improve, and I will of course make note of Dr. Flores's comments. Thank you for it. And this type of debate help, like Dr. Flores himself said, to provide feedback amongst us. And out of these comments, uh, will come changes and solutions. I will take them back to my institute, and they will be taken into consideration. But yes, I wanted to clarify, since this is a debate table, let's just try and clarify what the full process is. What's the process we follow, and what's kind of the hierarchy of governance in Mexican Institute of Social Security. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Davila. Please, Dr. Luis Manuel Arguello, continue. The floor is yours. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Luis Manuel Arguello, but I'm not a doctor. I do technical work. I work in the Instituto Nicaragüense de Seguridad Social in a collection area. I'm an accountant. In my institution, like the peers before said, we have a code of ethics, which obviously, aside from time to time, like every 6 months, we send our workers to seminars for different updates about their work. There are constant assessments to see whether we're meeting the code of ethics. So this is not a code that just that words. We have tried as much as possible to abide by it, to abide by each of the points contained therein. An example, hirings. Yeah. Testimony on this, my hiring was a product of a very broad selection process. I had to go through um, theoretical questions of the area I would be working in, and after that selection process, I mean, I met all the requirements and I was hired. And I've been working in institution for over 12 years, and it's been an excellent experience. And for this presentation, I was talking to my boss, the director, and I told her someone in charge of technical matters, not really concerned about going deeper into ethical subjects. But after thinking and analyzing what I contribute to here, well, that I saw that that's not the case. I think that each of us in our work, ethics should really steer our work, our daily work. Say if I make a projection for next year, a budgetary projection for next year, and I think we'll be invoicing a given amount, and I mean doesn't really apply to reality, well, I'm acting against the finances of the institution by undervaluing or overvaluing the amounts and the shared numbers or any other indicators or values I can share with my boss. So that's from my institution standpoint. And obviously, Social Security and Social Security institutes are the maximum expression of ethics. We were born to provide benefits, providing coverage to people who chances are, I mean, many times they had no access to social security, they'd be completely unprotected, whether it's medical benefits, economic benefits, or the benefits. The same fact of you knowing that you're protected, even if you're not using the benefits right then and there, it has to do with the well-being for people insured, right holders, and despite us being institutions were born to safekeep the well-being of workers. I was working my master's thesis, and I was going over social security subject and going through background on how the social systems came to be. Most of us know that even if the objective was good, the reasons for them being was not that good. Baron von Bismarck came with the idea of creating social security. He didn't that out of being a good governor or a good leader. But based on the story, what he said was that before they take from us, we might as well give it to them. Because there was a lot of social unrest and happiness when he was a leader. So I mean that's the story. That's what the books say. That's why he said, well, I might as well give them back in good terms before they take it from us. And that's why he created Social Security back in the 1800s. So that was it. And despite that we're the maximum expression of what should happen in the process, ethics. I mean, our institutions weren't born in safekeeping ethics, but rather trying to maintain a political system back then. That was the German Chancellor. And going in the same line, I, I think that ethics should be steering each of our actions. I've had the chance to, within my institution, to teach a seminar on Social Security, but from the actuarial standpoint, and in one way or the other. I don't call it ethics as such, but I try to instill the people listening to my presentation that it really doesn't matter the position that you hold. And from people attending after the right holders, the executive president of the institution, we all should safekeep for it depends on us and our work, the success of the institution. I mean, we have 700,000 active right holders, and out of our work depends the well-being of their families, pension holders, family members of our right holders. So all your actions might have a negative influence, probably not in the 700,000, 100, or 1 million right holders, but in one. And we're supposed to be working for each of them. And we're not really working for 700,000, we're working for each of them. So at an actuarial level, we may be a macro institution, and we need to handle macro hypothesis. But at an operational level, I think that each of the areas need to safekeep and watch what they're doing is the right thing to do. And like Dr. Davila mentioned, the fact that I do something okay right now, well, that might lead to promotion to another job position as long as I can maintain my ethics. So, going back to the subject matter of this panel, the peers before me have provided very, very timely points of view. I think that what I've been, going round and rounds, that it was hard for me to realize that despite that I don't work necessarily on ethics, actually rule a lot of the work I do, and that's what I've tried to do. Like I mentioned before, every single time I talk to someone, for instance, when I came into this institution, I realized that there was something going on. When you see a uniform institution, you can see that you're a worker from the institution. So I imagine that happens throughout Latin America. The people ask you absolutely everything. So, what do I have to do to have access to this benefit, to a pension? What does it have to do? That I need to enroll? Which are the requirements for this and that benefit? Just by virtue of wearing a uniform, and I found myself in many situations where a peer of mine didn't have the information, but he replied nonetheless, and instead of providing an adequate answer, uh, confused the benefit holders. So every time I share this in training, it's pretty much the same. If you don't know things, the correct thing to do is, I don't know, please go to this area, and they will order. And I think all that is contained within ethics. Because one way or the other, no matter what work we do, the ethics should be the guiding axis for our work. And I lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. But yeah, I would like to thank Sis first and foremost, because it's really been great training. The quality of presenters has been great, and despite that there were moments things were kind of difficult because we had a lot of in terms of works. Despite stress, I think that we were able to meet most of the objectives of the diploma course. Unfortunately, we can see each other face to face, but we're still sharing. We're still sharing virtually. So again, thank you very much for CS to teachers and to our presenters. I think that all of them, all the presentations have been great, and I really enjoyed presentation yesterday. I really like the fact that even one of the presenters talked about, very technical aspects of security. So again, thank you very much to CS and their teachers, and I'm here for you guys. Thank you. Thank you, Luis Manuel. Aurelio. Mejado Angulo. The floor is yours. Good afternoon. Like Professor Gavino said, I'm Dr. Ainer Mejado Angulo Leiva. I'm the director of the hospital from Caja Costarricense del Seguro Social. Very peninsular, because we have an enrolled population of over 170,000 inhabitants, and have a population of 850 employees, workers, and 22 stewardships, and a budget of give or take 32 billion colones. So going into subject matter of what ethics and direction is, and also talking a little bit about how the institution has been framing within this process of having the right people, ideal people, that is within the direction framework. Some people say that the institution has this standardized framework when it comes to election, HR, and has some different job positions.
for regular divisions and the different directorates. And within this context of formation that's required from the director, a manager, or a specific entity, a person needs to have a degree of knowledge in management. And within this knowledge management, we go a step forward, which is tied in with an interdisciplinary team, the health interdisciplinary team that provides certain elements to decision makers when it comes to selection of that human resource, someone ideal to fill this job position. It also comes with psychological aspects and medical evaluation portions. And all of this form a team that's recommended to the upper management. I mean, whether that person meets the requirements for a job position, ideal person, if he also fulfills everything pertaining to psychological assessment, soft skills, and other elements before you hire a person. I mean, making sure that that person doesn't have any psychological problems that might impact the institution in a negative fashion. Also entails us reproducing this in each of our centers. So within that same structure of personal hirings, like my peer before me said, like Natalia said, there's this whole recruiting and selection process that we need to follow. There's this gazette which is very transparent. In the case of us in the hospital, when we're running the selection process, we do an interview carried out by interdisciplinary team where we have a technical person. That person will ask technical questions regarding the job position to be filled by that person. There's another portion which is HR assessment, another that has to do with social work, psychology, and obviously I participate in all these processes in the key positions within the organization.
And we're aligned to the principles of the institution, the values of the institution, and the mission and vision of the institution. Because prior to this, we had like this culture, like it was like the right, you're there because you've been appointed, because you inherit the position, or to hire the person that's taking the position. There's people that's closer, or people that have been there for a long time. This has been changed. We're regulating the essential elements to get the right person for the right job position. Obviously, within this regulation, this frame which regulates, there is a national regulation. I mean, we're all government officials, and as government officials, this frames or law specifies what the government official must do with that provision. With the provisions, we have the acts to control corruption, also the General Public Administration Act, the Act of Internal Control. We have our internal laws and regulations that regulates the labor relations, the code of ethics, our bylaws. We have all of these guide guidelines that give us the total frame which conducts our actions. And within, I mean, what we do, I mean, there's collegiate bodies, the professional committees that also guide the ethic behavior of the elements. This is something that we all have in ourselves when we're born, and we develop and are educated and are raised in our with our families, with our values, with those principles. Those that upbringing will give us the basic elements to continue building the ethics in the performance stage of a professional, because in our institutional laws and regulations, what frames us, we have an ethics code of government officials, the internal law for the people in our institution. This is all part of our we have professionals with a tremendous resume. But when the person tries to exercise what he needs to do, I mean, w- there's trust, and we have to administrate the resources in our field. There are leaders that should leading our entities. The entity we work for demands ethics from our side. We have trust, work as teams, have open door mentality to open the door, have the door open to walk into the administrator and discuss things with the administrators or directors. Those elements enhance each other so we can have the proper results, what we look for as institutions, because the institutions appoint us for key roles for that. The objectives of the institution must be met. Now, we must be capable of providing services with the right quality for our users. I mean, from the beginning, it's like how does the physician or doctor or nurse treats the patient or member, but under this frame, what frames the behavior of government officials and frames the institution, I mean, leads us to speak about the perception of quality, the quality that's perceived, correlating it to regulates us, our laws, institutional laws. I mean, and to meet the desires of the patient, I mean, we as institutions don't have to give them all. We have to do what we must do with the elements that we have as institutions, which is part of what the there's laws and regulations that we analyze, and there's the operational side of our institutions that have to be always um, seen or monitored to see our performance. Now, we in the directive units have been sent or invited to the seminar in our directive units to enrich our knowledge to have the proper performance. Our performance should be adequate so we can administrate the resources amidst the pandemic. And with the pandemic, our resources are limited, but still, we must try to and profit from the resources to the max and use them adequately because today we see so much. Amidst globalization, we know that the use of internet or the internet go to search in Google engines to query treatments, to query through Google other procedures to and then they come to us and they ask the doctor for an MRI because an MRI for the doctor or physician to give them a diagnostic. So, I mean, people come to us or institutions or doctors saying that what they need. So, but now the clients, the users, or the patients are also gathering knowledge, compiling knowledge with a supposed condition that they're suffering, and they come to us with top levels of demand. So, parties involved, the administrator, the physicians, and the patients have to be very, very aware of it. There's informed, I mean, there's knowledge that's fact based or objective or not. And that the objective diagnostic should be the point. We should not be like the cause of, I mean, it's not like we're just technical elements that work in the health field or sector. In our institutions, we have to be in a middle point. I mean, be with the patient, be with the institution. Gradually, all the parties involved can manage properly the resources that the parties have, tackling the condition that the patient suffers. Because then the beneficiaries or the users come to us to improve their health. But analyzing the macroeconomics of the country, it's global, and we've seen it. We know that the financial situation of a family that declines makes them go to public healthcare to the emergency wards, and they're packed. Then the quality of the services, when there's a high demand, the quality that's offered is affected. That's when we see long waiting lists, long queues, because the surgery or the procedure they need is not going to happen anytime soon, and the first level appointments are saturated. So we have the demand versus the budget versus the economic situation of the person. I mean, if the family has enough capital, they pay private insurance and go to private through the private practice. But there's many elements that have an impact in our administration, in our institutes as local leaders, because we're the administrators of healthcare services. So it's important as directors to have the proper education, and develop. But we have to be leaders. I mean, you have to be born a leader, be developed as a leader, and those who are following the leaders must know that the leader has the necessary tools to be open for discussion and to be open to share the knowledge the leader bears. That's when we must find the tools ourselves to define the key indicators so we can work to build a strategy. We know that having forecast planning is very important in general planning, because we forecast and plan and know that we build a plan and strategy to lead the institution towards that future, to guide our institution with its complexities and its services towards that. So that's something that was mentioned yesterday also by our other colleague. I forgot his name, but he spoke about planning, the how to forecast or planning, or see that future forecast there. We come with a regulation whole operations. It regulates the physician, it regulates the director, the manager of the center or institution. And we know the sets that we must have to be capable of supplying the service, and making sure that the services are receiving the best service. Now, without putting aside that within our institutions, we need to train ourselves. It's constant development. Our staff members must be trained properly throughout that professional growth. It's professional development. The better the technical knowledge of the person, the better knowledge. I mean, if a doctor goes to receive training to practice a surgery, I mean, she might have better results. If we accelerate and train ourselves to use new technologies, we can offer those technologies to improve our services. To put it in words, let's say the front office or the staff aides, secretaries who are in contact with the patient, who are the link with the doctor or that third party that builds that network, or we call them aides, secretaries, or assistant. Now, if our people who link parties are trained for, I mean, correctly in customer service, I mean, that service interaction will make the beneficiary leave our office considering or perceiving that it's top quality, not low quality in that approach. So it's a lot of elements under that frame. We speak under this frame about leadership, ethics, development, constant development, values, of principles, or philosophical mission, vision of a company, of an entity, which are the ones that really give us like the pitch, the court to play the game. We're all in that pitch as leaders, as managers, and we have to be influencers and influence our peers and know that they have to achieve certain levels of quality. Where are we leading the institutions that we work for in that strategic forecasting and planning? Thank you, Mr. Angulo. The time has flown by now, but I have a point to mention. I want to be very specific, punctual about it. There's a question that some of our participants have asked. The question is, which level of freedom does a director or manager really have, considering the context, the surrounding, the environment, considering what's level of freedom to decide. I mean, depending on also the levels of the structure. I mean, how who would like to answer? Um, but considering also the time we have, which is limited now. Thank you, sir. Now, in the case of Social Security in Mexico, the general director has the support of the steering committee for all the decision making process, and he decides. Now, amidst the pandemic, when we started the process, the pandemic started, we decided to decide upon two matters. The first point, the steering committee usually would have a session once a month. During these sessions, we debate the full operation of the Mexican Social Security. During the pandemic, there was a decree, a mandate. We will fix, we will have permanent sessions amidst the pandemic. Since it started, we're in session 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. So when the director of the institute has to decide upon important matters and issue resolution, I mean, the pandemic really got us off guard. The world was caught off guard. The director needs to feel the freedom and the authority to exercise his duties in leadership with the support of the steering committee of the institute. That's the first step. Second step, we drafted a plan to face the pandemic. We drafted a whole plan in this initiative to make front that enabled the director of the institute to have duties, empowerment to decide. For example, just to tell you, I'll tell you one of his decisions to broaden the services, enough beds in the ICUs. With that freedom as director, he had full empowerment to decide what to do. He hired, for example, a racetrack in Mexico that's called Hermanos Rodriguez. It's a racetrack. Now, that place was enabled to like another hospital to provide the services required by the people who are suffering from COVID. And as our colleagues mentioned, we need to use properly the financial resources, human capital, doctors, first responders, the equipment, the infrastructure that we need. Use them properly because then, I mean, you're talking about how empowered and how many freedoms does this director might have. Well, in the institute, we're an agency of government as an institute. So I quote that example of that decision. Of course, there's instances we have on our internal control auditing institute or division that's the monitoring unit. We have the honorable monitoring surveillance auditing committee there that watches over the use of budget. So that's the powers that like the director of the institute has. Thank you, Dr. Mr. Davila, for participating. Mr. Solano, please. Okay. You know, okay, we in analogy, we have like the laws and regulations that what regulate sports, the pitch and the football court. What do I want to express in this analogy? What do I want to tell you? I mean, it depends on the technical director, there's laws, regulations, but the creativity in the decision making process and the will to do things enables the director or manager to progress. There's other elements that can't constrain. There's other people that just like go behind laws and regulations. If the laws or regulations provisions state that it's a no, then some people might just stand beside the law there and say no. But we need to find, for example, in our state, we need to find extra infrastructure because we were simply like caught off guard with the pandemic. We need we needed the right infrastructure to support and make front and face the pandemic with our local governments, with private companies. We were working on negotiating budget as well to obtain the the right infrastructure along with the capacity to achieve what we needed to achieve. We had to talk about many situations with our staff or funders to make front of the pandemic. There's people in our staff that had they just put the jersey on and supported us. There's others that didn't that much, but I mentioned this just to give you an example. Right now, for example, in drugstores, I mean, there, I mean, people at drugstores had to work hard with us, and people went to drugstores to get a lot of medications in the pandemic. Everybody had to be ready. I mean, there's people that are quarantined at home, but had other. I mean, the first thing to do is like if people wanted a medication to their doorstep, yeah, for all that to happen, we had to talk about it with these people. Those are steps that allowed us to continue and improve the services. So, as I tell you, we do have our constraints, but we need to find creative ways with leadership to be convincing about what needs to be done there. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And for the sake of time, I know we're choked by time, but Miss Villaromos, thank you very much. As Mr. Carlos Solano mentioned, I think that the management or leadership position should focus on two things: comply with laws and regulations. There's laws, there's acts, bylaws, the ethical code, the internal law that our institutes have. But I mean, in which areas do we have total freedom to react? Like free will. It's like our performance, the individual selection or actions at an individual level. That's where the person can exercise their freedoms to achieve excellence, not only with hard and soft skills, but with strengths, as you said. I mean, if you're a leader, you mentioned it at the beginning, you need as a leader to use efficiently resources and be a leader to have an influence on the objectives and influence others and have and meet the responsibilities with a workforce. You have to work as a leader in teams and work on communication and integrate services. And you also you quoted that the integration really has an impact on the results. The results that in which we have to understand what is being given to the patient, what level of quality. You also mentioned motivation, human nature, and the satisfaction of needs. Mr. Gavino, I comment this and I want to ask you certain questions. I'll send it via email because I have doubts about how do we manage all of this with our staff? What do we do when our needs aren't met? When the needs, I mean, for example, I've had staff under my command, and to my power, I've tried to be a conflict solver, dispute uh, solution finder in conflict. I mean, our staff or our people sometimes have needs, or people have needs that are not going to be satisfied with the services we offer. Like the what we said about having people appointed to positions that don't have the skills that are required, and there's people that do expect to be appointed for a management position. I mean, there's needs that are not satisfied that I even if I talk to the people or have conversations with them, it's a consultation now for you, sir, because it's been difficult for me to handle. But the question you've asked is, I know that free will is part of performance. You have total freedom of action. Thank you very much, Ms. Villalobos. Mr. Flores, please. In Costa Rica, in Social Security Institute, we have different levels in the structure. The director of the institute, me, we have a regional director that has a higher capacity in a decision making process or to decide upon matters now. And we know that knowledge is power. If I know the guiding principles, if I know our laws, the provisions, and what I should follow in my personal actions, I know that I have those principles and I'll do what's right. Our colleagues mentioned that amidst the pandemic, they had to take decisive actions, amidst the pandemic. One of our actions amidst the pandemic is that we have centers that have the primary care units, but we have other units that travel around to meet other regions every 15 days, every month. So so we want to be capable of giving the right services to the population. We have appointments and visit certain centers with a specific frequency. We wanted to improve our infrastructure and have a broader way to our people who have been affected by COVID-19. The actions or the decisions of a director has a consequence. Everything I execute will have a consequence, whether it's positive or negative. But if within the ethics framework that I have and the knowledge that I have, I can execute our actions, then I can make sure that the things that I execute will have a positive result that's right or within what frames what's normalcy. If I'm not in compliance with laws, I mean, as it's been said, like by Natalia, we have that free will to decide upon things. What am I going to do? What am I going to execute? If I execute with action, but I execute without knowledge, and if correct, and if what I'm going to do is not part of my strengths or skills, then I'm going to suffer the consequences and face the situation. A leader always a loyal person respects the laws, the internal law of the institution, and the laws of its country. A leader will always know where his or her north is, that guiding compass, or else there's consequences. Then, if you're not in compliance, you're fired, laid off, you're because you didn't achieve the level of performance. That score that you needed to achieve was a 99.9%. If you don't comply, you don't have the result. That Mr. Arguello, please. As Mr. Flores said, there's different levels in management, but at least in my country, we have different laws and regulations dictates the scope that each department has in the Social Security Institute. That gives us benefits, coverage, services that we can also offer to the beneficiaries of the service. Now, our laws can be object of amendment. I mean, we depend on the economics of the institution, but the benefits are there to be given. The services are there. With our workforce, what's really important is we have thresholds and there's limits in the decision making process in our institution. Now, if you Google, or I mean, if you look up our internal law, you're going to find like the word actuary. We can have actuary studies, statistics, previous studies, and that word is a word that you're going to find in our laws and regulations a lot. But uh, based on my understanding, speaking about what happens in Nicaragua, I think that in most of social security institutes is regulated. Our actions are regulated. I mean, I'm sorry. If a benefit or a service doesn't have funds or resources, if we don't have sufficient funds, maybe okay, having the funds is the objective, but we don't have it, so we have to regulate the finances of the institution. So, I mean, we have to work for the global well-being of the institutions. And as part of your question, each director in his or her area, the director can decide about what happens in processes that are determined, predetermined, and we should work on agilizing processes and constantly improving them. For example, in the direction that we have, we've been working on optimizing the use of resources for things of this nature. Maybe for other matters, a director doesn't need to ask for further approval. Obviously, we should be capable of going through major adjustments, but we can't go through a major change about the fees paid or the contributions or other parameters. We need to have like the House of Representatives approve the certain amendment or initiative in that lobbying. So there's mechanisms that we have. Thank you, Mr. Arguello. Mr. Angulo, please. Reality is that we're all under that frame that regulates us. We must comply. We have our duties, responsibilities. There's more responsibilities the higher the role. If at my level in the structure, I'm under laws and regulations, and I can take the actions that are important to do something. I mean, we're in our right. The problem is, I can't say that I'm going to increase the payroll or the wage of everyone in my payroll. I can't do that. But I can go through the surveys, I can ask them, I can go and analyze the strengths, skills. There's flexibility in what regulates me. I mean, with the role and the level of responsibility that we have. I mean, there's flexibility. There's also certain levels and leeways for us to execute with action. Thank you, Mr. Angulo. It's likely that it's it's likely that when we speak about the freedoms or liberty of the directors in a decision-making process, it's important for us to consider as managers or directors, where's our freedom? Which are our freedoms? I mean, if you're a director, you might say, okay, I don't agree with what's happening. And the director or a manager might decide to simply not hold that position anymore and leave the position for someone else. So we think about our principles, about our values, the way in which we think. And really, we need to know, is the way in which we think and what we do present during the exercise of our leadership? And how honest are we with ourselves? To which degree? I mean, to the level in which you can say, I can't go through this any longer. If I do something, it goes against what I need to do as a human being, as a person. So that contrast is very interesting. We must always remember, keep in mind that as human beings, we have the capacity to go through that decision-making process as an individual and be responsible for the consequences. I thank you. I thank you. Dr. Davila and Solano.
Thank you, Dr. Flores, Dr. Angulo, for joining us this panel. I would have liked to be able to explore more subjects, debate more ideas, but I understand that time is really against us. It's not really an ally in these matters, but I think that this panel has been really productive. So I would like to thank you for your presence and everything you've done for this seminar, for this diploma course. Thank you very much. And I won't I won't tell you goodbye because right now I will pass the floor to our guest panel member, Dr. Anaí García Fariñas.
we can continue. Correct? Yes, yes, of course. It is my genuine pleasure to introduce Dr. Anaí Garcia Fariñas, joining us from Cuba. I will now read a small portion of her resume. It's going to be a little bit summarized, otherwise we would spend a full hour reading her resume. Doctor's bachelor's degree in pharmaceutical sciences, University of Havana, and master's in health economy by the Escuela Nacional de Salud Pública, PhD in health sciences by same school, head teacher from Escuela Nacional de Salud Pública in Cuba, and is currently a researcher aside from Escuela Nacional de Salud Pública. She's also within a research project, exchange research project she has with the WHO, with the Pan American Health Organization, amongst the many other activities she's undertaken. So, Dr. Garcia, thank you. Thank you very much for joining us today. And, we'll explore alongside her something very interesting: management and health economy. Dr. Fariñas is an expert in these subject matters. And I'm talking about the direction, but my question will be, how do we relate the management with health economy? So go ahead, Dr. Garcia Fariñas.
Sí, ¿se oye? Porque
Can you hear me?
¿se oye bien?
Yes, we can hear
Bueno,
you.
muchísimas gracias. Buenas tardes a
Thank you very
todos.
much. Good afternoon, ladies, and
Y
for
bueno,
inviting me.
Gabino, mira, pues para dirigir servicios de salud, pensando en los servicios, porque dirigir salud necesitaría una visión un poco mayor. Dirigir los servicios de salud, pues necesitar de los conocimientos que la economía de la salud, como disciplina de la salud pública, le puede brindar a ese directivo. Digamos, por ejemplo, que en primer lugar haría falta recordar que la economía como tal no solamente se centra en cuánto cuesta generar un servicio o producir un bien, sino que se centra en un contexto de recursos limitados. Viven los directivos en el sector de la salud y va a tomar decisiones en un contexto donde los recursos no sobran y que por tanto están llamados a lograr la mejor relación posible entre los resultados que pueden lograr con esa decisión y los recursos que van a tener en sus manos para llevar a cabo, para implementar las acciones que se desprendan de esa decisión. Entonces, la economía de la salud va a brindar una serie de herramientas técnicas, pero también una serie de preceptos, yo diría teóricos y hasta cierto punto éticos también, para crear un marco de análisis en ese proceso de tomar decisiones. Por ejemplo, en economía de la salud, uno pudiera hacer mejor análisis de la situación de salud si pensamos en que impulsar y desarrollar ideas de cuáles son esos factores externos que están determinando esa situación de salud y sobre las cuales mi servicio puede tener algún tipo de influencia, o al menos sí necesita conocer, de acuerdo a la población que yo atiendo, cuál es la determinación social de esa salud, para yo saber ante qué situación me voy a enfrentar como directivo, qué tipo de recursos voy a necesitar, qué servicios van a ser los más demandados. Y eso es un punto de contacto entre la economía de la salud, por ejemplo, y la dirección. Y como eso hay otros muchos. Pudiera ser importante también tener en cuenta que cuando hablamos de economía de la salud, no estamos hablando solamente de la economía de los servicios de salud, aunque sea la visión más popularizada. Estamos hablando de también el análisis de la salud como un bien público, como de la vida contemporánea, que va a tener una valoración implícita o explícita por todas las comunidades y que por tanto estudiar de qué manera cada población, como ese bien, es importante para que el directivo pueda tomar decisiones y pueda sopesar las acciones que va a tomar, cómo mejoran esas necesidades de salud, pero también para que pueda ejercer un liderazgo dentro de los demás sectores de la economía, porque la salud no es un producto que solamente se construya dentro de los servicios de salud. O sea, hay acciones que se pueden recuperar de determinados niveles de salud, se puede promover salud dentro de los servicios, pero hay otras acciones que sobrepasan esa. Necesita de funcionar equilibrado de varios factores en la sociedad y que para lograr ese resultado, bueno, el sector salud pudiera tener herramientas que favorezcan ese liderazgo en el trabajo intersectorial, ya no solo para sus trabajadores internos, sino él visto dentro de un entorno más heterogéneo, teniendo en cuenta otras decisiones ya de marco más gubernamental. Bueno, también ahí la economía de la salud puede dar un conjunto de elementos que ayuden a aportar evidencia para fundamentar una decisión o no. Eso a manera introductoria sería para mí presentación de cómo se relacionan dirección y economía de la salud.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anaí Garcia. There's something else that we need to analyze, and I think it's very important to also take into consideration. And that's precisely everything pertaining to the directive skills a person responsible of handling health economy should have. Because precisely sometimes we think that health economy is something like inert, if you will, something that's sometimes neglected or not taken into consideration. And like clearly, very clearly stated, a director needs to make decisions, take into consideration resources which are sometimes very scarce. So having knowledge of health best manage things. So from that perspective, what should these skills be?
Mire, Gabino, a ver, en mi modesta opinión, yo voy a ilustrar 3 elementos que considero que pudieran ser los más visibles dentro de esas habilidades económicas que debiera tener un directivo. Voy a ir de la más evidente desde el punto de vista del entorno popular, que sería lo relativo a los costos en salud. O sea, un elemento importante a tener en cuenta es que el directivo no va a sustituir al economista ni al contable, evidentemente. Cada profesional tiene su misión, pero es importante que el directivo sea capaz de saber qué información debe demandar y saber interpretar la información que le brinda. Entonces, con relación al tema, costos, por un lado, por otro lado, análisis de estado financiero, planificación de actividades y planificación financiera. Si bien no son elementos que se le brindaría a un directivo como para que ellos fueran a sustituir a su departamento de economía o de contabilidad, sí es clave que el directivo entienda esa información y entienda ese lenguaje, porque va a ser un puente que va a garantizar, primero, un buen uso de ese recurso, que va a garantizar que la información fluya sin trabas y que no pueda haber ningún vacío en un sentido ni en el otro, ni que el personal de contabilidad y economía se sienta subestimado o se sienta que no se pone en su justa medida la utilidad de la información que ellos generan, ni por otro lado que el directivo se sienta como que sobrepasado por el tecnicismo de la información económico-contable, porque de cualquier manera es importante, como él tiene que tomar decisiones, todas decisiones, como ustedes comentaban, tienen consecuencias y inexorablemente va a tener una consecuencia financiera. Es importante tener cuestan las medidas que estamos tomando, por qué significan esos costos, cómo esos costos pueden estar relacionados con la calidad del servicio que estoy brindando, qué yo puedo hacer como directivo para lograr un punto de equilibrio entre esa información de costos y la calidad del servicio que yo quiero garantizar. Y para todo eso, el triángulo entre una correcta planificación de actividades, la planificación financiera para garantizar los recursos de esas actividades y el estudio de los costos que me va a dar una idea de en la realidad cómo se consumen esos recursos. Es muy importante poder hacer un análisis que triangule esa información de cara al resultado de salud que estoy obteniendo. Por ejemplo, uno pudiera pensar en que, digamos que podemos tener un periodo, una clínica estomatológica, supongamos, del costo de consulta estomatológica. Bueno, eso pudiera parecer bueno porque, bueno, estoy siendo más eficiente, pudiera pensarse así, tengo un menor costo por la consulta que brindo, pero si yo analizo un poquito el horizonte de análisis, yo pudiera encontrarme con un falso positivo en el sentido de resolver un problema de salud, porque cada una me cuesta menos. Pero eso, ¿por qué cosa es? Porque yo estoy aumentando el total de consultas, porque estoy citando más veces al paciente para resolverle el mismo problema de salud, por ejemplo, o porque yo realmente estoy haciendo un uso más eficiente del recurso que necesito para esa consulta. Entonces, para complementar esa gestión de manera integral que combine el resultado, el servicio de salud y su expresión en consumo de recursos, es importante que el directivo tenga habilidades en la interpretación, en el entendimiento y en la solicitud de información económico-contable. Porque incluso a mí me puede hacer falta como directivo una información que no se hace de rutina, pero que para mí tomar una decisión me puede ser importante. Digamos que yo quiero introducir una nueva técnica quirúrgica. Bueno, para la introducción de una nueva tecnología, además de los elementos clásicos de seguridad, eficacia de la tecnología, disponibilidad, calidad, etcétera, que el gremio médico está muy habituado a valorar antes de incorporar esa tecnología en los servicios, pues también habría que incluir, y cada día se hace más, la relación costo-efectividad de esa tecnología. Y como directivo es importante que yo conozca no solamente que la tecnología funciona bien, que es un 80% efectiva, un 90, un 95% efectiva, sino también la relación de esa efectividad con el costo. ¿Cuánto me cuesta garantizar esa tecnología a mi universo de población que puede necesitar esa tecnología? No puede que ese análisis de costo-efectividad no sea parte del trabajo rutinario del economista, ser capaz de identificar cuándo lo necesita para poderlo demandar. Y puede que no se lo demande a su departamento contable, pero se lo puede demandar a una entidad que esté especializada o que se dedique a hacer ese tipo de evaluación de tecnología. Si el directivo no tiene esa formación, no lo ve y posiblemente pueda analizar por un lado la eficacia, todos los datos clínicos, todos los datos de seguridad del paciente, efectividad, satisfacción del paciente, y por otro lado posiblemente tenga cuánto cuesta la tecnología que tengo que importar, los cambios que tengo que hacer, en términos contables, ¿qué significarían? Pero faltaría interrelacionar eso y llevar un análisis un poco más integral, que si no tiene esa formación puede que no lo vea. Y también, ejemplo, un tercer elemento, evaluación políticas. O sea, hay políticas de nivel macro hasta nivel micro. Si usted puede desarrollar, proponer una política para su institución, como puede ser un administrador municipal o de región para la región, y la política también hay que evaluarla desde el punto de vista de la eficiencia de esa política. O sea, hasta qué punto con los recursos que yo estoy implementando, que yo estoy gastando en esa política, se corresponde con los resultados que estoy logrando y si es esa la mejor manera de gastar esos recursos. Porque puede ser que yo tenga que ir ajustando la implementación de esa política de manera tal de garantizar determinados niveles de eficiencia. Entonces, yo creo que eso pudieran ser habilidades del economista, es que él sepa qué información de la economía le es útil para su trabajo y cómo interpretar ese informe le hable para que él pueda tomar decisiones, independientemente de que le guste más la economía y la matemática, pues pueda llegar a mayor detalle. Pero en términos generales, que él sea capaz de dominar lenguaje, la base metodológica fundamental de su cálculo para que sepa de dónde viene ese número, dónde pueden estar los riesgos a la hora de calcular esos números y que sepa identificar esa información para qué decisión le es útil. ¿Qué información puede complementar, puede aumentar sus evidencias antes de tomar una decisión?
Yeah, and precisely. This is where a big percentage of directors in health institutions don't know this this subject matter, health economy. So because they don't know, it is hard for them to request a specific report. Or whenever they get a report for its authorization, that person needs to know what they're authorizing, know what typically happens in financial areas. Many times there's a huge lack of knowledge. Comes to everything, accounting. So it is important for that knowledge base to be broadened. I have another question. For your consideration and in the directive decisions.
Bueno, yo creo que ineludiblemente van a impactar. Ahorita se comentaba de hasta qué punto el directivo tiene libertad, libre albedrío para tomar decisiones. Tenemos un contexto en el que nos limitan las decisiones, empezando por la ética, lo que está bien y lo que está mal desde el punto de vista moral, ¿no? Pero también hay un contexto más objetivo, que además de las reglamentaciones, desde el punto de vista ético, como venían conversando hasta ahora mismo, pues hay un límite de recursos, hay un límite objetivo y tangible que va a poner en una perspectiva las consecuencias de las decisiones que tomamos y que, por supuesto, la economía de la salud a su vez tiene un efecto sobre esa decisión del directivo. Miren, muchas veces hay un encuentro no deseado entre la eficiencia de una tecnología y su impacto presupuestario. Por ejemplo, yo voy a poner una situación en la cual la economía le pone límite al directivo y no precisamente porque el directivo ha hecho una mala propuesta, sino porque realmente no cuenta con todos los recursos que necesita. O sea, se sabe que no porque sea una tecnología cara, tiene que no ser eficiente. O sea, puede que la tecnología sea cara, pero a su vez sea una tecnología muy efectiva y que tenga una buena relación costo-resultado y por tanto ser una tecnología. Esta es una cara de la moneda. La otra cara de la moneda, en términos puros de impacto presupuestario, como es una tecnología cara, en dependencia del volumen de población que va a hacer uso de esa tecnología, yo necesitaré mayor volumen de financiamiento a dedicar a esa tecnología. O sea, puede ser que yo esté proponiendo la introducción de un nuevo medicamento, un protocolo, estrategia de promoción de salud en la comunidad, que esté demostrado que va a funcionar muy bien, que incluso a largo plazo, porque ese es otro tema, los horizontes temporales en economía. Una cosa es que yo tengo que gastar hoy y posiblemente los resultados tengo que esperar un poquito para encontrarlos, lo cual pasa mucho en salud pública, sobre todo con el enfoque de promoción y prevención, pasa mucho más. Entonces, igual si no tiene formación en economía, no puede ver, no puede tomarse el momentico de no solo pensar en el corto plazo, sino también en el mediano plazo, porque también eso tiene otras determinaciones políticas y de gobierno, etcétera. Pero igual, puede ser que uno diga, bueno, yo quiero implementar esta tecnología o cambiar esta organización del servicio o implementar esta política o proponer abrir un nuevo servicio, pero eso me va a garantizar este nivel de eficiencia, me va a resolver mi problema de salud y tiene una buena relación recurso-resultado, pero eso se va a consumir el 80% del presupuesto que tengo disponible hoy. Y entonces, por supuesto, le van a decir, mire, no, ni modo, eso será muy buena opción, pero usted primero garantice una expansión de su presupuesto, vea cómo usted justifica eso, y entonces, porque no podemos trabajar con el 20% del presupuesto que habitualmente tenemos, solamente para introducir esa tecnología. Y eso pasa muy, por ejemplo, con medicamentos de nueva generación, los biotecnológicos, por ejemplo, que son caros y que muchas veces los servicios se encuentran en crucial. El paciente busca en internet, y aquí nos pasa también, y sabe que hay un nuevo medicamento para tal problema de salud que es lo máximo en este momento, y el paciente quiere eso porque tiene ese problema de salud, y es una esperanza de que su evolución sea mejor. Sin embargo, para la institución de salud puede convertirse en un cuello de botella, porque sí, está la opción, pero ¿cuánto consume de mi presupuesto actual? Incluso que yo puedo pensar que me van a aprobar en el ejercicio fiscal siguiente. Claro que va a poner un límite. Va a poner un límite y va a depender de las estrategias de financiamiento que tenga la salud, de los volúmenes que pueda mover la salud y, por supuesto, de la prioridad que tenga salud dentro del desarrollo de cada país. No por gusto, hay todo un empuje de la Organización Mundial de la Salud de que el presupuesto dedicado a salud se incremente y que ronde alrededor de un 6, un 7% mínimo. Al menos que en muchos países donde todavía está sobre un 3% del PIB, pues que esos porcentajes se incrementen. lo cual no quiere decir que haya que llegar tampoco a un 15%, porque la idea no es usar el recurso de una manera no eficiente, es tratar de garantizar los recursos que se necesitan para mejorar la situación de salud de las poblaciones. Entonces, por supuesto que la economía de la salud también limita, porque ese campo que tiene que ver con la financiación de la salud, con el valor que la sociedad le da a la salud, pues también es la otra cara del directivo. Si yo estoy en un contexto en el cual los recursos son extremadamente limitados porque no se ve como una inversión, no se ve como un derecho, y entonces yo tengo que enfrentarme a tener menos recursos para operar, evidentemente, aunque están muy buenas soluciones tecnológicas, yo me voy a quedar hasta un punto porque no tengo cómo financiar eso. O van a venir las soluciones de las privatizaciones en la prestación de servicios de salud o que la persona recurra al seguro privado. Y entonces ahí pueden ocurrir otros fenómenos que no es que los digamos nosotros los cubanos, es que las fallas del mercado en el servicio de salud y que no va a garantizar del todo el tema de la solución mágica de la privatización, la garantía de esa calidad y del acceso y de la oportunidad a la hora de brindar el servicio de salud y mejorar la salud de esas poblaciones. Entonces, sí, evidentemente hay un coto que depende del contexto económico, de cómo la salud está vista dentro del contexto económico en cada país y en cada sociedad.
Okay, and I have another question here. Everything you've been telling us is very interesting, Doctor. Thank you very much. I mean, it would seem that the direction and management doesn't have anything to do with health economy, but we're seeing clearly the importance when making decisions. So, in your experience, Anaí, what's the importance of ethics in health economy? That's a very interesting question. Where does ethics fall in the health economy? Obviously, we're living
Claro.
in that direction as well.
Mira, el tema de la ética es, yo diría que es un asunto que siempre sale a debate y que no para todas las preguntas tenemos todas las respuestas. La economía de la salud se sienta sobre dos pilares fundamentales, técnicamente hablando. Un pilar es la eficiencia y el otro pilar es la equidad. Y entonces ahí hay varias escuelas. Está al menos dos. Una escuela que prioriza la eficiencia y piensa o asevera que garantizando la eficiencia pues podemos llegar a la equidad de mejor manera, y otros que priorizan la equidad o que consideran que el camino de la eficiencia no siempre garantiza ser equitativo. Y además de ese debate, que sobre todo la relación equidad-eficiencia va a tener una mirada ética, porque la equidad no es otra cosa que cada cual reciba según su necesidad, y se supone que lo ético está regido por la moral, y la moral tiene que ver con qué consideramos que está bien y qué consideramos que está mal. Entonces partimos filosóficamente del precepto de que debiéramos darle a cada cual lo que necesita, lo cual no quiere decir que se le da a todo el mundo lo mismo, porque no todo el mundo, y que tampoco quiere decir que a personas o grupos de población, por ser minoritarios, pues entonces que se les prive de las soluciones porque pueden ser muy costosas. Entonces, en el tema ético, pues hay mucho debate de cómo usar la información de la economía de la salud en el contexto de la toma de decisiones. A ver, un primer principio es que derrochar el recurso, nosotros los economistas de la salud no lo consideramos ético. O sea, no está bien. O sea, es importante hacer un estudio de qué recursos usted necesita para ese servicio de salud, para ese programa de salud, para lograr los resultados. Y me interesa mucho recalcar en que no es para medir nivel de actividad o medir proceso. O sea, no es para medir cuánta gente veo, ni cuántos pacientes atiendo. Aun cuando yo sé que la salud tiene una determinación multicausal, deberíamos llegar a cuántos logramos mejorarle esa salud o a cuántos logramos resolver el problema de salud por el cual llegó al servicio. Entonces, es importante que se hagan buenos estudios que vayan garantizando el conocimiento por parte del directivo de cuál es el recurso necesario para esa calidad, ni más ni menos. menos compromete la calidad y no es ético. Más genera un derroche de recursos que tampoco es ético. Entonces, eso es un primer concepto. Ahora, el otro tema es que la economía de la salud no es la panacea de la decisión. O sea, no es que el decisor ahora va a decidir exclusivamente sobre la base del costo-efectividad o del elemento de costo solo, sino que debe ser un argumento a poner en esa mesa de decisiones junto con los demás aspectos y que permita hacer un análisis integral teniendo en cuenta todos los elementos que maneja el directivo. Y dentro de eso, por supuesto, usted puede tomar una decisión que no es la más eficiente, pero que es la más ética, y usted decide como directivo sacrificar la eficiencia. Pero es importante que usted sepa los principios de la entidad que usted dirige, en cuánto usted está sacrificando esa eficiencia, porque ese recurso que va a gastar para eso no lo puede gastar para otra cosa. Es un poco tener información para tomar decisiones no a ciegas. Lo cual no quiere decir que usted le va a pasar por encima todo y va a decir, bueno, lo que no es costo efectivo no va y ya no va. Bueno, espérese un momento. Usted tiene esa información y tiene que usarla como el resto de la información que puede tener. Y hay un contexto ético que establece, bueno, ¿qué hago con las minorías? ¿Qué hago con las enfermedades huérfanas? Pueden haber alianzas, de hecho hoy para enfrentar esos conflictos están alianzas de, digamos, financiación compartida entre la industria del servicio para nuevos medicamentos muy costosos y que son de aplicación todavía con una efectividad no del todo demostrada. Y bueno, usted puede el acceso a su población, a esa tecnología, a partir de un acuerdo de financiamiento compartido entre la institución de salud o el financiero de salud, quien financia ese servicio de salud, y la industria que mueve ese medicamento. Y va buscando soluciones para garantizarle el derecho, el acceso al derecho a la salud a esa población, pero que a su vez usted logre operar con el nivel de recursos que usted cuenta, porque, bueno, no puede brindar un servicio si no tiene recursos para financiar ese servicio o esa tecnología. Entonces, también hay un elemento ético que hay que considerar, sobre todo viendo que la salud mayoría de los países y creo que la mayoría de nuestros países de la región igual, cada vez hay mayor consenso en que la salud hay que mirarla como un derecho humano y que además hay que mirarla como una inversión en la sociedad. La salud no puede ser un gasto, porque eso es garantizar poblaciones saludables, permite que haya un mejor desempeño económico en el resto de los sectores y está descrito en el ciclo de la enfermedad, de manera contraria. Cuando usted tiene personas enfermas, genera mayores gastos, que a su vez genera menos productividad, que a su vez hace que entonces usted no pueda tener el desempeño adecuado en los diferentes sectores, que disminuyen los ingresos determinantes de la enfermedad y hay más enfermos. Y eso sigue en un círculo vicioso negativo, que no ayuda a nadie, ni al resto de la economía, ni a los individuos per se, ni al propio sector salud, porque no hay sector salud que aguante una espiral de una sociedad enferma. Entonces es importante promover la salud como un derecho y como una inversión, garantizar hábitos de vida saludables, garantizar acciones, tecnologías que promuevan la salud de las poblaciones, al final va a generar insumos para un mejor desempeño de la economía en otros sectores. Entonces, desde ese punto de vista, pues claro que hay que tener en cuenta la ética que rige cada institución, que rige cada país a la hora de analizar lo que se tiene sobre la mesa. ¿Cuándo se va a tomar una decisión?
Now that we've clarified the themes and it's the, when we talk about the moment to go through the decision-making process, I know that right now we're checking a set of questions in the Q&A in the chat, in the box. They're asking us, how important is it for us to have the knowledge decide upon matters the best way possible? Now, irrespective of we know that there's the frame, the laws and regulation, aspects, and so on and so forth. But well, as a conclusion, Anaí, what could you know, mention or contribute with? I mean, about what happens at
Bueno, yo
management level?
concluiría con que, a
Our
ver, la
vision
allá del
of
presupuesto. Estaba
health
viendo también las
is
preguntas.
more than
No
just
es solamente
budgeting.
el tema presupuestario.
Economics of health
Mire,
is not just
economía, hay que no se puede perder de
budgeting.
vista
I mean,
que la
we have to
economía se
understand that
centra
economics
en la
is centered
producción de bienes
in
y
the
servicios, en la
production of
satisfacción de
assets and
necesidades de la
services,
población,
satisfying the demands and the
de
needs of the
manera tal
population
que se
in
haga el
such a
mejor
way,
uso alternativo posible de
that
los
we
recursos.
do
Por
whatever
tanto,
we
una
can,
visión
the
de la
best way
economía
possible with the
siempre
resources
va a
available.
significar que haya un análisis
Understanding that having
integrado
the vision of
entre
the
los recursos que
economics
tengo
implies
como
that
los
we
gastos
need to
para
thoroughly
obtener qué
analyze
resultado.
the
¿Cuáles son
expenditure
los
that
resultados de
we
mi
can put
servicio? ¿Cuál es la
of the
calidad de mi
budget to obtain the
servicio?
results
¿Cuáles
and
son
great
los indicadores
quality of the
de
service?
salud de la
We
población
need
que
to
yo atiendo?
indicators,
Entonces, desde ese
key
punto de vista,
indicators
yo creo que la
from the
economía de la
people
salud
that receive our
es
services, our population.
brinda
So health
herramientas que
economics,
complementan al
I
directivo
mean,
para
is something that
enfrentar el
we can use with
análisis
the
de
proper
la
tools so
gestión de
the
la
directors
institución
can
y de las
analyze
necesidades de salud de
the
su institución
situation of the
desde una
institution
visión
and analyze the
integral.
health of the
Y que el
population. It's all
elemento
about
financiero
integrating
contable
the
es la
elements,
expresión, digamos,
the
más numérica,
economics, the
pero que no es la
elements
única.
of
No es
financing are
solamente
not just
gestionar y
those
administrar
elements
bien un
that
presupuesto lo
we
que puede
deal
aportar la
with
economía de la
when we
salud.
speak of
La economía de la
profit.
salud puede aportar una
The
visión más
economics of
integradora
health,
de la relación entre
I
las
mean,
necesidades de
lead us
salud de esa
to
población,
integrate
las
the
decisiones
elements
que
to
yo como
meet and
directivo
satisfy the
tomo,
needs,
los
the health
recursos que
needs of the
consumo a
population,
consecuencia de esas
us as
decisiones
directors,
y resultados en
resources
salud
that are
que
offered
logro
to
en
our
esa población
consumption
de la cual como
to
origen
help or aid
evaluando las necesidades de salud que
the
tenía.
health of the
Entonces, yo
population
creo que es
after the
una
proper
visión,
assessment
un marco
of things.
conceptual y
So we
metodológico
have a
que le puede
conceptual
permitir al
frame,
directivo
a
integrar mucho
frame,
de con lo que
a
trabaja. Se puede
methodological frame,
integrar
and many
elementos de
frames that can be
epidemiología, de salud, de
purposes. We
contabilidad,
have to
de la propia
understand
gestión
economics, law,
para que haya
grants,
buenos
and
resultados
management or
a la cara tanto
administration
del
in
ente
it, top
como de la
results.
cara de
So
la
that's
propia
how we
gestión
search for
interna
health
de la
for
institución.
the patient and
Yo creo que es una
internally. So
herramienta que
these
no deberían
tools,
perderse
it's a
ninguno de los
tool.
directivos. Igual que la
None of
comunicación
the
es una herramienta
directors
para el
should
directivo,
miss out
porque
on
sin unas
this. I
buenas
mean,
habilidades en
and
comunicación
we
para el
need
directivo
to
es
have the
complicado
right communication
de
skills as
operar,
managers and
de lograr que
directors
las
to
personas lo
properly
sigan,
operate, to
igual que
make
la
people or
planificación
people under that
y la
directors can
administración en
follow
sí
him or her.
brinda herramientas
So
técnicas
the
importantes para que el
administration,
directivo se
it
pueda
is a
desempeñar.
set of
Bueno, la
important
economía de la
tools for the
salud le va a
managers
tener una
to
mirada
use.
propia
Now,
del
in
sector,
the
porque a
healthcare
veces la mirada
system,
de la
we have
economía
to,
pura
you know, really
no
understand not just
refleja todos los
purely
detalles del
economics,
sector
it's
salud.
economics plus
Entonces, yo
economics
creo que la
integrated
economía
to the
de la salud
healthcare
le va a permitir mirar desde el
institutes.
prisma económico,
So we
pero
need to
ya
analyze the
como
full
que
prism of
acomodado,
economics, the
adaptado
umbrella
a
of
las características
elements in
específicas del
economics that are
sector de la salud,
adapted to
para
meet
que
the
él
needs,
tenga
to
un
satisfy the
complemento
specific needs
del
of the
análisis, en el
institute that the
análisis.
manager has to lead with a proper analysis. Well said, and I thank you very much. I thank you once again for having been with us. And I think that you've you've discussed the fuller broad landscape about what health and economics and management, how they all these elements correlate to develop managers, directors. You know, managers, directors, decision making process, and when we decide, I mean, we think that we must have the proper information system, along with the right uh, elements so we can measure objectives or, and use the indicators that we have in our health institute. We can analyze this at regional level, at national level, state level, and others. But it's fundamental for us to work with these elements and use the best information, reliable information possible so we can achieve results. Thank you very much for having been with us.
Gracias a
You've been
ustedes.
present, so thank you so much. And we'll continue counting on you.
Por
Thanks for
supuesto,
being
encantada de
present.
colaborar.
Yeah, it's my pleasure. Thank you. Well, right now we're about to finish. Sir, I forgot your name and last name. Sorry. Yes, you, sir. I can't hear you, sir. I'm Fernando Quintanar. Mr. Quintanar, apologies. My bad. I don't know if we have enough time to answer doubts from our participants today. We have around 10 minutes for Q&A to answer specifics, okay? Okay, agree, so we can begin. I think today has been a very interesting day. The things that we have discussed. Now I'm gonna go over the set of questions that have been asked, and precisely, even even now they ask us about the importance of health economics. You know, the last topic about decisions, budgeting, quality versus resources, the benefits, access to health, the institutions. They've asked about the objectives of our societies. Anna mentions that it's important for us to bear this knowledge. They've also mentioned here the risks correlated to the services that we provide amidst the pandemic in this context. So there is a doubt here. And the doubt that's central, and the doubt that I'm going to ask you about, Anai, in regards to the pandemic, and health economics. I mean, in this context, what could we, I mean, as managers, directors in the healthcare sector, what could we re-engineer when we think about health economics? As managers, directors, what have we done wrong? What have we done right at a global level? I know that this theme
Sí,
is
¿no?
a, it's like the heading for a new conference, but I mean, what could we think about
Bueno, Gabino, a
health
ver, a nivel
economics in
mundial
a
está
global
complicado el
scale?
tema, ¿no?
If we
Yo
want
te
you
voy a
to scale it
compartir
at a
mis
global level, it's
modestas opiniones.
complicated. But I'll
A ver,
share
yo creo que la
my views.
pandemia ha
I
puesto
think
en
that the pandemic
perspectiva a todos
has
los
given
países,
us different
sobre todo
perspectives
con
as nations or
relación a la
economies.
implementación
Now
no
we
siempre
have
exitosa
diverse
del
understandings
principio de la
of
atención primaria de salud.
sometimes the
Yo
unsuccessful
creo
implementations of
que
certain
el
actions. I believe
nivel
that
de
the level
fortalecimiento
of
que
strength
tuvieron previo los
that
servicios de salud
that
en
we
la
found
política de
in
atención
our
primaria de salud
institutions, you know,
eh,
because we're
pudo
like
crear
the
mejores condiciones
primary
en unos
level
países
of
que en
health
otros
services. We
para
provide
el
attention
manejo
to our
del
people.
nivel
There's differences when comparing one
increíblemente,
country
bueno,
to another.
pandémico de
The
casos a los que hemos
administration of
tenido
this,
que
and it's a
enfrentar.
pandemic. I
Pero que
mean, we face
además
so many
no es
cases. We
solo
have
que haya COVID,
to face
existen
this.
todos
It's
los
not
otros
just
problemas de
COVID.
salud
We're talking
que
about the rest
algunos
of the
habrá
health
disminuido,
conditions.
digamos, las transmisibles, que
Maybe
por las mismas
there's
medidas de
some
aislamiento, de
other
higiene,
conditions or
el tema de la
diseases that have
influenza, etcétera,
gone
se ha
down and
visto
declined.
algún
There's
nivel
less
de
influenza. There's other
disminución,
conditions that have
pero el
gone
resto de los
down. They're
problemas de
not
salud
spreading
están.
because distancing, but
Yo creo
other
que
health
el tema de
conditions exist.
plantearse unos
So if we
sistemas de salud
think
basados
about
fundamentalmente en
building
la estrategia de
healthcare
atención primaria de
systems
salud
and institutes
cobra
as
cada
the
vez mayor fuerza. O
first
sea, no es
level
posible
institutions.
concentrar en
So
los
to
hospitales la
give
atención a
services, I
tanta
mean,
población,
we can't just concentrate
ni
all of the
siquiera el
services that the
seguimiento, o sea,
population need
el
in our
seguimiento a
institutions. I
pacientes
mean,
que se
we
ha
have to
hecho en sus
follow up.
casas
I mean, if a patient
ha sido mucho
goes
más
to his or
viable en
her
aquellos
home
países donde hay un mejor
after
componente de
treatment, it's
atención
like, what
primaria de
about the
salud
follow-up?
que
First
otro
level
elemento
attention services
importante
is
yo
important.
creo que
Another
es el manejo
element
de las
that's
enfermedades
important
crónicas.
is chronic
Y yo creo
disease.
que puede ser muy
A
paradójico que yo me
chronic
ponga a hablar aquí de
disease
crónica cuando la
is a
pandemia es de
paradox.
una
I know
transmisible.
the, I
Pero
mean,
las poblaciones
we
en
speak
mayor
about
riesgo
chronic, we
son
speak
justo
about
aquellas que
the
padecen
spread
una o
in the
varias
pandemic,
enfermedades crónicas.
but there's a
Pensemos
lot
en
of
el síndrome
people that
metabólico
have
y ahí
like
están la
other
hipertensión, la
health conditions like
hipercolesterolemia, la diabetes.
heart
Y
blood
todos esos han sido
pressure,
enfermedades
or
que en la región lo hemos
they're
discutido mucho,
diabetic, or
están caros de
and
salud, pero
all
no
of this
son
is
siempre las
clearly
que más
present in
presupuesto
the healthcare sector.
tienen
But
asignado.
these
Porque
other
tienen un seguimiento toda
conditions
una vida,
don't
porque
receive
se
or
tratan
are
en la mayoría
given
de los casos
or
ambulatorios
allocated the budget
y
that
porque
they
entonces no
require
siempre hay un
sometimes.
adecuado
We
control
don't
de
always
esas
have
enfermedades
the
crónicas.
controls in
Y
place
hoy
of
han
those
dado al
chronic
traste con que son
health
las que generan
conditions.
la población en mayor riesgo de una enfermedad grave o de una mortalidad. El otro tema, en mi punto de vista, que tiene que ver es con la acción, la promoción y el empoderamiento de las poblaciones con la salud. O sea, yo comparto con la mayoría de los criterios de los expertos aquí presentes, me imagino, que tiene que haber una responsabilidad de los servicios de salud con la prestación de esos servicios, con la garantía de las poblaciones, pero también tiene que haber una autorresponsabilidad con la salud. Y que hoy, bueno, se ha puesto también en evidencia las polarizaciones de los grupos que sí tienen una adecuada comprensión, digamos, del origen de esas enfermedades, de la actuación que puede ayudar con un mejor control de la enfermedad, pero hay otros que por una razón u otra, pues que no. Y están los movimientos antimáscaras, han estado los movimientos que dicen que no, que esa enfermedad no existe, que eso es todo una manipulación política, en fin. Entonces también incluso educación en salud, la promoción de salud no se acabó. O sea, no es que hayamos hecho todo lo que había que hacer, hay que seguir haciendo, porque aún todavía hay personas que no se lo creen. Y no le voy a hablar de personas de a pie, como diríamos en Cuba. Podemos estar hablando de directivos de países que tampoco se lo creyeron y que dieron al traste entonces con políticas de salud que yo no diría que son de salud, pero bueno, se presentaron como de salud, que en lugar de controlar la pandemia en los diferentes países, los han puesto en situaciones más difíciles aún. Entonces, y eso en términos de economía ha sido, yo creo que en este momento el mayor reto de economía de la salud que hay. Mire, economía de la salud es un puente bidireccional. Usted tiene inversión y gasto en salud y eso repercute en el desempeño de la economía y los recursos para el resto de los sectores de la economía. Y hoy más que nunca se ve esa relación bidireccional. Hubo que cerrar los países, cuarentena, etcétera, conocemos, y eso estuvo tenso. De hecho, buena parte del levante de esas medidas de contención tuvieron un origen en los efectos ya insostenibles de la economía como tal. Porque entonces las funciones económicas, la producción, la generación de empleo, etcétera, se vio muy afectada. Y hubo que entonces como que relajar las medidas estas de contención y ir logrando un equilibrio entre lo que hubiese sido ideal para la salud, para controlar esa pandemia de la manera más drástica, y lo que la economía tradicional permite hacer. Y hubo países como México que el aislamiento de la cuarentena absoluta nunca la pudo implementar, porque la cantidad de población que trabaja en sector informal no permitía porque no era viable. Entonces ahí mismo usted tiene un efecto muy claro de la relación entre economía y salud, y al interior de la economía de la salud, bueno, pues hay unas consecuencias en números de muertos, en transmisión, etcétera, que todo está vinculado, todo está relacionado. Entonces, no solo es, como yo decía al principio, salud no es servicio de salud, no es solo servicio de salud. O sea, para uno garantizar otras cosas. Hay que garantizar salud, hay que garantizar seguridad en el empleo, hay que garantizar educación para que la gente entienda lo que le estamos diciendo. Hay que garantizar recursos básicos para que haya una calidad en el agua, una calidad en el aire, una calidad en la vivienda que permita tomar después medidas propias para el mejoramiento de la salud. Voy a cerrar con un solo comentario. No es lo mismo hacer cuarentena en una casa donde viven 8 personas y que los metros cuadrados de esa casa es pequeño, a usted hacer cuarentena en una familia que son 3 y los metros cuadrados son muchos. Y entonces usted puede tener internet y usted maneja su día y todo el evento psicológico que se sabe que está ocurriendo por la cuarentena, usted lo maneja de otra forma. Pero cuando ustedes son muchos en un espacio muy pequeño, donde normalmente puede que no convivan todo el tiempo, para no hablar de otros temas que salen, violencia de género, violencia intradomiciliaria, en fin, muchas cosas pueden salir ahí. Y que bueno, para no irme del tema de la economía de la salud, pues claro que hay un efecto. Y que ha habido un efecto en los presupuestos de salud. Ha habido un efecto en el agotamiento del servicio y de los recursos humanos en salud. Para no hablar de los recursos y los precios que se dispararon de todos los recursos que son necesarios para atender al paciente. También hubo un incremento de la creatividad. Los países empezaron a buscar cómo producir sus propios respiradores, cómo producir determinados insumos que pudieran permitir darle respuesta a esta situación de la pandemia.
For being with us now. I want to thank you and the panel members. Thank you for being with us as students during the seminar. Thanks for being present in our workshop. Thank you for being part of this institution. Mr. Quintanar, we're available and here with you. Well, we're discussing here with Mr. Davila the themes that were discussed, topics, new subjects. We love the participation of Ms. Ariñana and the rest of our colleagues that are part of the event. Now, Mr. Gavino, thank you. We thank those panel members. You broadened the scope and the landscape of things. We discussed the different topics. So now we have the sessions as part of this module. With we're thanking Ms. Daisy Corrales. She presides this conference. Ms. Daisy has been from like fostering all of the all of our actions. We want to satisfy the needs with this education to the needs of our countries. We need to continually develop our technical human capital with the available resources. We brought in the spectrum of options. So I invite all of you to go to our website and see what we offer as our credits. In today, this year, we have many themes. You can receive those accreditations. They're in the site. You can access it. They're going to be available for you. So it depends on your interest and petitions. Because thank you very much. I am satisfied today with what's happened. I'm in the area of research and health service research, and with this, there were answers to the areas or topics that make me feel curious. Ma'am, thank you very much, and the rest of you, thank you for working with us today and being present. Good afternoon. See you next time.